some modifications at state level are required. It's a question mark that we should take it. But if you want the largest seed available to the farmers in a quick process, it is not the seed system like from nucleus seed to the certified seed, different steps, or truthfully labeled seed with support of the public institutes produced in a large way, either through communities or public, making it available is a key issue in making quality seed available to the farmers. And this, of course, there are technical support by institutes is possible, and then tie-up with seed producers is required. And then another approach is, instead of only focusing on the major companies which are not interested in oil seeds and pulses, better that some of the students or some of the entrepreneurs or some of the farmers who can come forward, licensing should be given to them in a very low encouraging prices, and then buyback arrangements should be made. That is also one way that we can bring this thing. Then another point, most of you are aware of it, but still I want to flag it, that the tendering system followed for seed procurement is not a right thing to do for getting the quality seed. Nobody will imagine that I will be able to sell 10 tons or 100 tons and produce and keep it with them. How can it be possible that you tender and then buy it? Then the best system is that you should identify quality seed producers, give them order 1 year in advance and procure them, or whatever is the system. Tendering system is also one of the reasons why quality seed is not reaching farmers. Ensuring contingent situation. This is one point which needs huge attention, is that our NICRA project at CRIDA, ICR, has given contingent crops where we need to replace with the oil seeds and pulses. But when it comes to the seed availability, where is it? We know that sunflower is to be grown, sesame is to be grown, or mung bean is to be grown, but where is the seed? So the government should come and give support for producing a huge quantity of these contingent crops and keep it available in times of need, even after 1 year, 2 years, whenever it is required. Because of the climatic variability, almost every year is a contingent situation nowadays. So it is worth considering that these contingent crops, seed production is very important. And of course, the major availability of the breakthrough in case of cotton is because of the transgenics, whatever has happened. Then if we have to take the advantage of that, learning lessons from the cotton, whatever mistakes we have done, it is possible that in case of castor, which is not an edible crop, where the technology is available, that we can promote and bring the money, a lot of export value can be brought here. So collaboration with the NBS LUP to identify target areas based on the length of growing period, participatory variety and participatory plant breeding in the cluster of villages, identification of genotypes of farmers' interest, seed multiplication training, enhancing the seed, licensing the parental lines to small and medium entrepreneurs, and fast track evaluation and technical support based on molecular base are some of the issues. And these three issues I attach a lot of importance, which I already told you, that one is the model oilseeds technology farms need to be established at district level so that farmers will be able to have access not only for seed but also for the technologies that we have. Contingency seed bank should be supported at the selected districts. And marker-assisted selection and transgenic approach can bring oil is without protein, and hence probably the approach of transgenics, just not only for transgenic crop, marker-assisted selection also will be very helpful, and it needs to be taken. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and whosoever seed producers or companies interested in getting license of the best hybrids and varieties available with our ICR institutes, will be happy to collaborate, including our government organizations, where we can increase the seed availability to the farmers for oil seeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Varaprasad. You gave a very comprehensive overview of the challenges and prospects as far as oil seeds in India is concerned. Now, all of us are aware that this is the one major crop where we face a major foreign exchange gap because of our reliance on imports. The fact that the reasons really stem from both a technology gap and an extension gap have been well brought out in your presentation. at a broader level, at a policy level, since state government representatives are also here, I need to stress once more that we are tending to resort to short-term procurements and tender for many different crop varieties, including oilseeds, rather than going for a system of long-term tie-up arrangements, supply arrangements for good quality seeds, which ensures that the integrity of the seed chain from the breeder up to the certified levels are maintained. And that is probably also the reason why the technology gap is so visible in this sector, where we have institutes like the Indian Institute of Oilseeds Research not getting enough indents for its very good quality and good varieties from states in particular. And that is something that the government of India has been stressing upon, that the states have to go through the slog of indenting, getting breeder seeds, and actually developing their own certified seeds through a long-term supply arrangement rather than resorting to short-term procurements. Thank you very much, and let me move on to the next speaker. We'll address questions at the end of the session, Dr. Varaprasad. We'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Keshav R. Kranti, who is the Director of the Central Institute of Cotton Research at Nagpur. His topic is Status and Strategy for Development of BT Cotton Varieties in the Public Sector.
The dignitaries on the dais, all the delegates. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Keshavarlu, and also a big thank you I'd like to say Parthasarathy Garu for having personally invited me over. Friends, what I'm going to talk in the next 20 minutes might sound a bit unconventional. It might also sound a bit controversial. But I must also sort of share with you, last week there was a meeting in Egypt, and like some of these things which I'm going to talk, I spoke there. It was interesting that none of the foreign delegates find it surprising. It's only in India that many of these ideas, when you also sort of discuss it, like after my presentation, they do sound controversial, and I'm surprised at it. So I'd like to go ahead with it. The topic itself, I would say, is controversial, nevertheless. I'm starting with a plan. This is after the first 13 years of BT cotton. At CICR, we have these public sector varieties. Some of them are very old. They're as old as something like about 30 years. But these were like some of the best material that was available ever in this country. Now, these have been transformed with the MON 531, which is today, as everyone knows, that this event, it is out of patent. It's a single gene, and we must use them. The second initiative is we have at least about 16 of these public sector varieties, which are very new. And we have signed up with the Delhi University. We have also signed up with the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University with their 2 genes. This is an attempt to put together these public sector, but I must also share with you, this will take time. It might take the next 5 years for us to complete all the biosafety requirements and so on. But the first initiative, these 21 public sector varieties, in my view, do not really require anything at all. Probably we just need to jump into the field. Now, what is it that we intend doing it? These BT variety seeds must be provided to these 2 states. Why only these 2 states, I must explain. Why is it only Telangana and Maharashtra? Not that because I stay in Maharashtra and that my home state is Telangana. Certainly, when those are not the criteria. The criteria is these 2 states put together, they cover about half of the country's cotton area. And primarily, these are the 2 states which suffer the most in terms of moisture stress. Almost 100%, they're not irrigated. It's just dependent, like in fact, on rain-fed agriculture. So these 2 states, if we are able to go ahead with these public sector BT varieties, much can change in the country. The state governments can test these, they can release them. The event is already released by the GAC, and since like agriculture is a state subject, I'm sure if the minister decides, they can actually release it in the state without, probably at the most a letter should go to the Ministry of Environment to inform them that we are going to use them here. And maybe they need to say yes. But even there, over the past 2 months, much has happened. One, that there's a lot of clarity, that there is no patent on the MON 531. Not in India. In fact, even internationally, there is nothing. So we can still go ahead. But this has been agreed upon at the top level everywhere. There is a criticism. Many of my colleagues have also been telling me that first, it's about varieties and hybrids. They say that varieties, oh well, all these varieties were already there, so what is it that you're doing? Second, that this is a single gene. Now, where's the advantage? Take a critical look at the data. Any data that is available, whether I'm talking about the data which are available on the Ministry of Environment, like on the Ministry, like on the website of the Ministry of Agriculture, and also with the Cotton Advisory Board, what you'll find is, and I'm saying this with complete responsibility, after 2007, there's hardly any evidence to say that Bolgard 2 with the 2 genes ever conferred any advantage in this country to cotton. I'm repeating it again. There's hardly any evidence anywhere to say that Bolgard 2 conferred any advantage to cotton in this country. Now this is important because this event, which is MON 531, is actually very good. Probably it is the best in the world. Fortunately, it's out of patent, so why not use it? And I still believe that it is going to be effective at least until 2020. Now, if one says that the pink bollworm has developed resistance to the single gene, I would quickly add that the pink bollworm has also developed resistance to the 2 genes put together, to Bolgard 2 in Gujarat. And it is just a story about Gujarat alone. Rest of the country, Helicoverpa parmigera, MON 531 is still very effective. And I firmly believe until 2020, we will still sort of continue to use it. Now, the other thing is, what is this answer about varieties? Globally, everyone, without exception, some of the best countries where they get yields as high as 60 quintals as national average, I'm talking about seed cotton, and something like 2,000 kg lint per hectare, all of them are using a common technology, which India doesn't. That is that of a short duration variety. That is what we need for India. Unfortunately, this question is asked time and again, that why varieties? It was the same old system, farmers were using it earlier, so what is new in what you're talking? What is new is, earlier we never had short duration varieties. All our varieties would be at least 6 to 7 months to 8 months even. The other thing was about the density. Normally, the planting density was something like about 9 to 10,000 plants maximum on the higher side per acre. What is this definition about high density? The global definition is 50,000 plants per acre. Anything less than that is not considered high density. Why did high density evolve? I can go on, and which is very important. Why is it that all these countries, everywhere, there is hardly any country, out of 80 cotton growing countries, there is hardly any other country other than India where they cultivate hybrids. Even China doesn't. China has so much of manpower. If this is such a good technology, to me, it is just a value capture. It is just that because we wanted the farmer to buy seed every year from the market, so we went through it, and from 40% area, it took 30 years in this country, after the introduction of hybrids in 1971, it took 30 years for the hybrids to reach 38%. There was a struggle there. But because everyone was desperate, and why were we so desperate? Why was it that India was the only country in the world where the average insecticide sprays were something like 20? In places like Guntur, it used to be 28. In Gujarat, it was 17. In Punjab, it was 24. No other country in the world has this kind of an average. The maximum ever that any country could get to was about 11, 12, 13 applications of insecticides on cotton. Why did this happen in India? We must consider. This table does speak about it. I'm not going to go into all those numbers, but just sufficient. I mean, it's adequate for us to understand. One, it is the duration of cotton in this country. On an average, it is 7 to 8 months, whereas globally it is just 150 days. In Turkey, it is 130 days. There are countries, now 130 days, it is so easy to manage. What is easy to manage? It's the flowering period. Basically, it is flowers which attract the moths of the bollworms. The moment the crop starts flowering, the moths are there, they get into the fields, they lay eggs. Now this is what happens. India has the longest flowering period. Not only now, I'm not talking about BT, even before BT, we had a flowering period which would stretch for about 3 months. Even today, you walk into any of these fields, it is still flowering. Full, full, and full. Now, that has a connotation. What happens is, when we were inviting the bollworms, you had to spray, 1 spray, 2 sprays, 3 sprays, you disrupt the ecosystem, you do everything, and then finally you end up with a system where you feel without insecticides you can't do anything, and subsequently, without BT there is no life. It's not true. There was this expert from Turkey in the last meeting that was talking about in Egypt. When I was asking them, you have an excellent variety. In fact, in their presentations, you have an excellent variety which has slightly of a longer duration of what? 170 days, and which is very high yielding. She quickly said, sorry, 130, 140 days, otherwise we'll run into the pests. Why is it that in our country we are not thinking on those lines? So it's about this 210 days versus 150 days, flowering days 80 versus 20 days in India. Square to bolls, we have the longest, and this is what happened in this country, a long duration cotton. Why did this happen again? I must tell this. One, because the density was less. If the planting density is less, you are expecting each plant to produce something like 100 bolls to get 40 quintals. Now, if you are expecting each plant, this is the story with hybrids as well. If each plant has to produce 100 bolls, do you expect it to produce just within 150 days? Certainly not. So it extends, and when it extends, it goes on extending. Fine, it might eventually produce 100 bolls, but it would have taken 7 to 8 months. And if there is irrigation, if there's a bit of water, you had it. So they go on irrigating, inviting pests, and that story went on and on and on. So why are the yields low? Low plant density, need more bolls per plant. More bolls need long duration. Moisture stress at boll formation stage. I must share this information with you. A bit of science, not really much. Cotton plants actually need water and nutrients most, something like about 4 kg nitrogen per hectare as compared to 0.5 kg earlier, 4 kg at the flowering and the boll formation. If the plants don't get that, it's gone. It's actually gone. Here in India, when you are extending this entire flowering period, we are putting it to a stress. If there's no moisture, the plant doesn't take nutrients. In rain-fed conditions of Maharashtra and also in Telangana, this is the primary problem. First of all, the sowing is late because until there's soil moisture, you're not asking farmers to go ahead with the sowing. We cannot because the seed is expensive. So when the sowing is late, by the time it comes into flowering, there's hardly any moisture left in the soil. So even if you give it nutrients, it doesn't take. And then we complain that the yields are low. How can the yields be high? So in a very simplistic manner, I'm saying a single point solution, though it might sound awfully simplistic, but variety, short duration variety will certainly provide the answers for this country to break all the yield barriers. That is what Australia is doing, 150 days, 160 days, maximum 170 days. Now, why is the bollworm and whitefly? I did say long duration of reproductive phase, like hybrids, heterotic vigor, hybrid vigor, is manifest in leaves, leaves and leaves and leaves. For the first 60 days, you go to any field. When we go to North India, the Sardar is so happy, as big, as tall as the Sardar, and he says, look at my crop. Now, is it a vegetable crop? It has already drained all the nutrients and moisture out of the soil. What is it going to do at the time when it is flowering? So this is the major problem. And fertilizers. Take a look at this website of the Ministry of Agriculture, everybody. It's very interesting because over the past 7 years, fertilizer increase has been like nothing like ever before. 273 kilograms of nitrogen, of fertilizers in Maharashtra per hectare. Can you believe this? From 98 in 2002, 273. The national average is coming to 222. Almost at the highest level, even if we compare to the what does this mean again? It only means when you use more fertilizers, the hybrids do need them anyway. When you use more fertilizers, the crop becomes more succulent to the sucking pests. Sure, farmers use more nitrogen, more urea because it is under the statutory price control. So when the crop becomes succulent, when you're using more urea, crop becomes more succulent. It invites sucking pests, whiteflies. We had a meeting, day-long meeting yesterday. When you invite the whiteflies, you'll have to spray to kill the whiteflies, and not one. So you go on spraying insecticides. Whitefly is not an easy pest to control with insecticides because of the white coating. It's a waxy coating. It's undersurface of the leaf. the more you spray, the more problematic it can get. And some insecticides like the synthetic pyrethroids, acephate even, there are many others, which can actually cause resurgence. Nowhere in the world they use. So you go on spraying, and what did we end up with? To the pre-BT levels of insecticide usage. These data are from the Ministry of Agriculture, DES, Department of Statistics. So in summary, long duration hybrid cotton, lot of pesticides, lot of fertilizers, there's no way out. Just a comparative table, Australia last year harvested more than 200 kilograms of cotton lint, India 523. I'd like to draw your attention to that third column, which is kg per hectare. All these other countries, everyone varieties. Like I said, out of 80 cotton growing countries, 79 countries are using varieties. India alone uses hybrids, and we think we are doing best. Stagnant yields, 10 years are now, it's almost 10 years, yields are stagnant. Nothing is making a difference. And no one wants us to speak like this. You should be saying that the production doubled. Area, 55% increase in the area, therefore the production increased. I'm not, kindly don't mistake me, I'm not against BT. BT did its job in a wonderful manner. It controlled the bollworm. There were two expectations. One expectation, reduction in insecticide use. Second expectation, protecting the yields. Protecting the yields, it did. And it is continuing to do, except in Gujarat a bit where the pink bollworm is having a problem. But yield, in terms of the pesticide reduction, we are failing. That is because of the stewardship problems, not because of BT. BT per se, BT technology or the toxin per se has got nothing to do with any of these problems. Primarily, it is the stewardship. Where is that policy? Where is that thinking? Why did we get into this whole thing of 95% hybrids for the whole country and not one or two hybrids? More than 1,000. We were counting, it comes to 1,600. Someone says 1,000, but even 1,000 is an absurd number. Absolutely absurd. These are the problems with the country. But then this is a table I would not really want you to go through because there are some graphs that I converted. 95%, I'll skip this. Seed cost, these two lines, the first red line that you see is the introduction of Bolgard. Second red line is the introduction, or actually the inception of Bolgard 2 from 2006-2007 onwards. Take a look, seed cost increased. Insecticides, from the second line, you will see that there's an increase. These are the figures from the Ministry of Agriculture website. The latest is until 2012, but I put it on only until 2011. Insecticides are increasing. These are all official figures. There's nothing that, in fact, to contest about. So, from 1996 onwards, take a look. The rupees per hectare, all of a sudden from 2007, it starts increasing. In terms of kg insecticides per hectare, red line that you see is the net quantity. So from, let's say something like 1.2 kg per hectare in 2002, it actually crashed down. By 2006, everything was looking good. But after 2007, take a look, ups and downs, and now until 2013, actually in 2014, it further increased because of the Punjab factor. Where are we heading? Are we going back to the same pre-BT days where we are going to use as much as pesticide? And if that is the case, what is it that we have done to cotton? This blue line is that of the area under cotton. So what you will see is that 38%, there is where these two lines intersect, insecticides had crashed. Probably even if we had kept it at 38%, would it have been at the same levels? I don't know. Maybe we would. But now, these are two sets of graphs. This set of graph is from the Ministry of Agriculture, and you can see that there is kind of a stagnation starting from after the introduction of Bolgard 2, absolute stagnation. This is from the Textile Ministry, from the Cotton Advisory Board, stagnation very clearly over the past 10 years. Irrespective, one interesting fact, one question which I would like to ask you, which you must think after this presentation is, take a look at the small bar of 2004. Area under BT cotton is less than 5%. But take a look at the yield, 463 kilograms of lint per hectare. With less than 5% of BT, we had already reached there. Don't lose track, don't lose sight of the fact that there were other factors as well which played a role in these yield increases. Certainly. So it needs a lot of thinking, and I would insist that each one of you must start thinking on this. Essentially, because if we lose track, we also crumble down because we wouldn't know what caused anything. But this graph is important because it's about fertilizers. Why did farmers increase fertilizers? Even in Maharashtra, I said 273 kilograms in 2011. Why did farmers go in for so much of fertilizer usage? Simple, because the prices of cotton were very high. When the prices are good, when the market prices are good, they feel that the more you invest, the more you get. Those 5 years were terrible, really. All across the country, they started using, so insecticides also went up. This graph is very disturbing because this did not happen in any other country. It happened only in India. Like they say, it happens only in India. These are two lines. The dark black line is that of the yields, and the dotted line is that of the fertilizers. So there is a parallel there. The more fertilizer you use, the more it is giving you. What does it mean? Where was BT then? If this level of fertilizer was used, apparently the yields had to increase. And this is yet another thing. It is in terms of the total amount of fertilizers that were used, 1990, 0.94, 2001, 0.47, 2013, 2.3 million metric tons. This is only on cotton. Very clear that there were many other factors operating on the ground which were being completely ignored. So it is not a bulldozer to say that, well, BT came and the yields increased. Certainly not. So how can short duration varieties break yield barriers? I said cotton actually needs less water. It needs less nutrients initially. It actually needs more water, more nutrients at the flowering and boll formation stage. This is important. And then hybrids, if you can get 100 bolls per plant, you can get 4 tons per hectare. That is 40 quintals with the existing system. On the other hand, globally what they do is, if each plant gives you just 7 bolls, because the number of plants is very high, it is something like 1,66,000. In China, you'll not believe, there are places where they use 3.3 lakh plants per hectare. How do they do it? Paired row at 30 by 10 centimeter, and then 10 centimeter between the 2 rows in the pair. Amazing. Even 1 bowl per plant will give you amazing yields. 2 bowls will double it up. That is how people are thinking. In India, we are yet to start. So just 7 bowls per plant would essentially mean that the flowering window is short, you can escape the pests. Now this is what it is. The rainfall in Vidarbha and Telangana starts in June, ends up by September. So if the boll formation happens in the month of October, this green line, that is the water requirement. If boll formation happens in October, the plants are thirsty. They don't get water, and they also become hungry because without water they can't eat. This is with a short duration variety where the boll formation happens just between August and September. It has adequate water because of the rains, because the soils, even all those marginal soils, can still hold water. Water is not as yet gone. This is the major difference. The moment you manage to give it water and nutrients, the rest is about insect pests. Quickly, I'll get to it. This blue that you see there, it's about the moisture availability. And here, there's a yellow block. That is about the American bollworm. Basically, it's a September pest. It comes in the month of September. If your boll formation, if actually flowering is over in August, you have escaped the bollworm. And what about the pink bollworm? It's a late season pest, it's a winter pest. If you harvest by the end of October, like it's happening in Vidarbha in many of our trials, if you harvest by mid-November, take my word, pink bollworm is not there. It doesn't come. Why is it happening in Gujarat? Because they're extending the crop. Because you're giving it a chance. It's a single season pest. It's a single cycle pest. So what are the technologies? What is it that I'm recommending? Compact varieties, short duration, high density planting, mechanization, because what I'm talking about is these determinate varieties where each plant synchronously puts forth only 7 bolls or 8 bolls under high density, and you can very conveniently harvest them. In fact, I must share this with you. The world moved towards high density not for high yields. The world moved towards high density because of the machines. First of all, there is no machine that can harvest a plant which is taller than 1 meter. There is no machine that can harvest a plant except the strippers, which is wider than about 2 feet. So they had to go ahead for this compact varietal breeding. In India, it has started only just before 4 to 5 years. We are just drawing close to something what we can call as good compact lines. So there's a lot of hope. We can do it. I firmly believe that we should come to a day where we don't really need many of these complicated technologies. In a simple manner, it should lend sustainability. Today it is highly unsustainable. Nobody knows what will happen in any part of the country with which hybrid and where. It is like having a private baby in a public hospital. They simply call up the director, CICR, वहाँ पर whitefly है, आप क्या कर रहे हैं? So much to it. Nevertheless, legume-based cropping systems, because excessive dependence on urea can be reduced because legumes fix nitrogen. I'll not go into much of the details, but these are some of those factors which I feel. Resistance to jacids and whiteflies, our germplasm is rich with it. So a bit of good breeding, we can have short duration varieties which are tolerant to the sucking pest, which complete their flowering in a short window, no moisture stress, under rain-fed conditions, and I'm sure we will walk through. These are some of those other strategies that I was talking about, but then I made my point to tell what we need to do in a sustainable manner, varieties with some of these intercropping systems. Intercropping systems incidentally also promote a lot of integrated pest management because it is known whether it's cowpea or green gram and so on. So, and at the same time, I'm not even against any GM technologies. Wherever it's appropriate, we need to take them, but not losing sight of the fact that good stewardship actually plays the role, not a gene. Let's not believe that one gene can change our life. No, it's about the whole system, how you're fitting them. Globally, this is very important. They fit their cropping systems into their weather. In India, it is never like that. We blame the weather, but we never look at fitting our cropping systems. Fit your bowl formation into moisture regimen. Whenever there are rains, fit your bowl formation there, and then you will succeed. Read any of the Australian papers. All of them have done that. That is why today they are global leaders. And that is what even CICR is doing now. But then we started a bit late. I'm sure we are catching up. So friends, thank you for the patient listening. It might have, I might have ruffled some feathers, but I'm glad to do it. There's no point at this point of time, after 10 years of stagnation, for anyone to keep quiet. I've been speaking, but it's good. Let's discuss, let's debate, let's argue. After all, it is good for everyone. More bowls per plant, longer duration, few bowls per plant, shorter duration, escapes pests, escapes moisture stress, I would say, escapes even the nutrient stress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Keshav Kranti. So I think that was a bit of an eye-opener, and I hope that the private seed industry is also listening. He's also promising a BT cotton variety fairly soon. So there will be competition and there will be a lot of change. And I guess all of us should prepare for that change. I was a little surprised by one point. I couldn't understand how seed cost per acre has continued to increase when we've had this price regulation, at least in some of the states, in most of the major states, from 2006, 2007 onwards. Why would that happen? I mean, once the prices got...
This is interesting, sir. In fact, it also sort of puzzled me when I was taking a look at the data. But what we realized was in many of these states, also in Maharashtra, they had changed their spacing. Today, earlier, they used to plant, even under rain-fed, at these 2 feet by 3 feet. Today, the most common planting is done at these 3 feet by just 1 foot. This change has happened all across. Even in Gujarat, they no longer plant at that 4 feet by 3 feet or 4 feet by 2 feet. That has come down, and they have realized this. With many of those hybrids, in fact, I can make a mention, I guess like from Nuzubidu, these are popular at a slightly better density. So this has happened all across the country.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kranti. If there are questions, we'll discuss it at that stage towards the end. I would like now to invite Dr. Arvind Kapoor, CEO of Rasi Seeds, to give his presentation on domestic and international seed trade in vegetable and ornamental crops. And I would request you to slightly compress your presentation given the paucity of time.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just quickly go through the slides because time is limited, and I will try to push the things where it is required. Well, if you see the global seed market is around 52 billion, including the farmers have received. Out of that, 45 billion is the traded seed market today. And out of 45 billion, 9 billion is the vegetable and ornamental seeds which are sold globally. Well, if you see the domestic markets globally, well, America is the number one, 12 billion, and China is fast picking up because China's seed market is expanding now to almost 9.5 billion, while France is around 3, and the Brazil and India are 2.5, 2.6 billion, the rest of the countries you can see. So you can see that how India is really developing its seed market, and the farmers are buying the seed more from the companies and more from the shops than using their own seed. Well, if you see the market, the seed market globally, first I want to discuss with you the global market. The few players which are very strong, Monsanto has 26% market share, where DuPont has 18.2, Syngenta 9.2. So you can see that how the market is concentrated with the few companies which are there, and there are around 10 to 15 companies who are really globally very strong in the seed market. And if you see the revenue-wise, though the DuPont is a little ahead of Monsanto in the revenue part, but these few companies again, they are earning a lot of revenue from the international seed trade. Well, if you see the MNC position, Monsanto recently the figure has come that 11.8 billion, including the trade value. So it is one of the highest turnover of the company in Monsanto. DuPont is around 4.9 or 5 billion. So there are a lot of companies have only the few crops, and a lot of companies have also vegetables. So few companies which have vegetable, they are very strong. Monsanto is very strong. Syngenta, Limagrain, and Bayer, and Scata. So these companies are very strong globally in vegetable also. If you see their R&D expenditure, that is more important, that where we are a little bit weak and lacking in the investments, that these companies are really investing money in their R&D to develop not only the technology platforms, but also the products which are coming in the market, and the value of the product, particularly if you talk about DuPont Pioneer, they are targeting, at present, US has around 11 ton per hectare in corn. They are targeting around 15 ton per hectare in corn in another 5 years. So you can see that the kind of advantage these companies have in terms of R&D expansion. Though India has, even in our public sector or the private sector, we are not spending much money on our R&D. Well, if you see the scenarios are changing globally also, the merger and acquisition, if you see over the years, the companies become smaller, and the demography of companies are changing. Monsanto has acquired large number of companies. Similar, DuPont Pioneer and Syngenta is divesting some of the businesses like vegetables. So there are a lot of companies are buying and selling, and that is consolidating the position globally. That also help the companies to invest more money in R&D and develop better products for the farmers. If you see the split in the global market, vegetable is around 18 to 20% of the total seed market, and the tomato is the largest crop globally, and then you have the cabbage, then you have the sweet peppers, and all other crops. So there is a quite a shift. That certain crops are global, very important, and certain crops are local, which are important when you come to the region-wise. If you see the production of vegetables, the total world producing around 916 million tons of vegetables. India is producing almost 135 million tons, or 140 now. So there are, also shift in the production scenarios, and China is producing the largest vegetables, and India is number 2. So there are different crops are being produced in the world differently. India is producing different crops than the global. Though if you see that the eggplant is also figuring it there, which is 32 million tons. So there are a lot of international crops which are being produced. Tomato is the highest. If you see the Asian scenarios, Asia, the top 3 countries are China, Japan, and India. China is way ahead of in the vegetable. They are almost 2.9 billion. Japan and India is almost 550 million. So you can see 92% of the Asia business is with the 3 countries which are dealing with the seed business, vegetable seed business. And if you see the scenario in India, only 8 crops make 62% of the seed. The rest of the crops are 38%. So the scenario of crops are again, there are few crops are very big and few crops are smaller. But the technology and the research also in these crops are increasing now. So there are a lot of trade value is coming in these crops. So a lot of companies are investing money in R&D of these crops. And if you see the growth of 5 to 7%, we are expecting that the out of 8 billion is the vegetable and 1 billion is the flower seeds. 8 billion become 13 to 15 billion in another 5 to 10 years. So this market of vegetable seed is increasing globally. And this is because of, there's a lot of health consciousness coming, and the consumer habits are changing. So people are also shifting to the non-vegetarian, but also people require the vegetarian food to sustain their health. So that is also contributing to the increase in area in vegetables. Well, if you see the India's business, seed business, MNCs are controlling 40% of the business in vegetables, and this also shows that their investment in R&D and the product which they are bringing in are really good, and it's contributing to the farmers' productivity and the quality of the produce. Well, if you see the company-wise market share, again, the top companies are still multinational. So there are, this whole scenario is changing with also the Indian companies are also investing now. And I think in the future, you will see that there is a few players, but they compete really well in the market. Again, if you see the business today, that this business really growing in India because our requirement is increasing. We are presently 180 gram consuming. If we want to reach 240 gram per day, then we have to really produce more. Hybridization with value added traits is increasing. Number of R&D companies are increasing. Consumer trends are changing. Number of diseases and diverse climate is well, if you see, there are large number of players now coming to India. Already they are established. So these are some of the international breeding programs are there in India. And we are expecting that maybe few Chinese companies are trying to enter India. So I think this will make the business quite complex, and also competition will increase. Good for the farmers, that farmer will get better products in future. And if you see, these are the Indian local breeding companies. They are also there, sizable number, and they are also now improving their R&D structures. And I hope that they will, in future, they compete very well with the market. This is the hybrid sale market in India, total around 550. Out of that, around 65–70% is the hybrid seed market by value, and because the value of the hybrids are with the traits is good, and farmers are really benefit from those traits, which are disease resistance, virus resistance, or fungal resistance hybrids are available. So I think this will really increasing. The farmer is accepting those hybrids because he's protecting his yield and having less chemical to use. Similarly, the OP market in vegetable, farmers even buying OP seed. Farmer is not storing seed of any vegetable because he likes to buy the seed fresh every year. So OP market is also very big in India, and around 220 million worth of OP market is existing for vegetables. Some of the GM traits are being worked out in India in these crops, and they are still to see the daylight, the eggplant issue. But I think some of the traits which are really difficult to breed, or gene pools are not available, people are trying to use the alternative methods. And also it will help consumer not to use more chemicals, because vegetables are freshly harvested, and we can control farmer to spray today and not to harvest tomorrow. Since these kind of conditions are difficult to meet, so I think technology can help consumer to consume less residue of the chemicals. So I think in vegetable, the government or the regulation should think about that we all are consuming fresh vegetables, and if we are allowing chemicals to be used and not to allow the technology which bring better traits of insect resistance, which are complex traits, to bring in the vegetable through the alternative methods. Well, the Asian seed market is total 17 billion, including all crops. But vegetable market is around 9 billion, as I said earlier. And this is almost 50% of the global market. So this region is really expanding globally in terms of vegetable. That is why most of the multinationals, most of the companies are coming to the Asian markets. And also the hybridization is increasing. Good quality seed is available. Farmer-saved seed in vegetable is not there. And I think there are most of the seed move across through the phytosanitary certificates and permits. So it is, you know, a very organized system of moving the seed in vegetables, and no country has much restriction on, as long as you are meeting the phytosanitary conditions. So I think there is a lot of exchange of material between temperate and tropical side. So there is a lot of advantages of this because these kind of material will give you better advantage of making products with high yield or high traits value particularly. And if you see the regulatory environment, you know, most of the germplasm movement is happening through the NBPGRs or the Plant Bureau Genetics and through the phytosanitary rules. So it is the proper system is available, and vegetable seed is available through these conditions. Company to company agreement in trialing the seed. So this also helped to spread the good hybrids, because many companies are having one-to-one relationship with the companies in the Asia, so they can trial it and then they start importing the seed. So I think these kind of arrangements will help, is helping today also the vegetable seed market in India. Well, challenges of the vegetable business is that it has a very complex traits, because like tomato needs 6 resistances of different diseases till you put the hybrid in the market. So you really need very strong breeding programs here. The product requirements are changing, and it's the life of the product is reducing. So each company has to introduce large number of products. Due to diverse requirements, the product in each crop is increasing, so the production pressures are there. Also the inventory issues. So I think these things are very important in vegetable business today. Well, seed production issues, you know that vegetables are produced in very concentrated areas, and that is also putting pressure on the companies to move out or to move in other climates. Long duration of seed production in certain crops also lead to, you have to really plan your inventories for 1 or 2 or 3 years in vegetables. Well, future will be that the crop-wise competition with value-added trade will increase. Surely it will help farmers. With climate change shifts, the complexity of disease will affect the durability of the products. Fast-track breeding with genetic technology is needed. Professional vegetable growers will increase. Well, MNC will invest more money in the breeding. It will help the ultimate consumer, our farmers. Well, also with the protection, I think the small players or copycat players will disappear soon. Most of the crops will have very high level of hybridization. Well, in 10 years, we are expecting that our seed market will double in vegetables. We are expecting that from 9.8 million hectare, we meet across 12 million hectare area. We are expecting that the farmers will grow more vegetables. And well, for the sustainable business, you need business processes. I think this scenarios in India with the new rules and regulation will also change and promote the vegetable research in future. Well, the flower industry is again, you know, that very diverse, because there is a cut flowers and there is a perennials and grasses and shrubs, and it multiply through seeds, cuttings, bulbs. So there are a lot of complexity in this business also. And well, the total value of the end product is very high, is 100 billion, and India is nowhere at present. But still you see that the cut flower segment is very big market globally. And well, India is, you know, out of 1 billion, India is around 60 crore, the flower seed business is there, and mostly is marigold, which is being sold in India as a hybrid, and then there's a petunia, and the other flower business is going. But it is a small business, but it is also expanding now, because there's a lot of value in the hybrids of the flower business. Well, finally, the conventional plant breeding will be fully integrated into the technology innovations. I think this is the area which we are a little bit slow in implementing it, because we have to really see that these two technologies should meet in a better way. Well, Keshav said that, you know, these things very clearly, because wherever there is a need, we need these technologies. Well, genomic maps will be available. We know that we have the cucumber map, we have the melon maps. So I think these will help now further to understand the functional genomics through the allele mining and phenomics. Patent regime is another issue. You know that recently in June 2015, the European Patent Office has allowed the conventional breeding patent. So I think these kind of patent will put pressure on us, and there are many companies and many organizations are opposing this in the Europe, that the patent should not be allowed in the conventional breeding and the native traits. So we are also fighting it out that these patents will restrict the breeding quite a bit in the developing worlds. Well, again, the breeding by design will change the whole process, and product development cycle will be shortened in future due to use of these technologies. Well, ultimately, these kind of models will fit where you use the one side the genetic variations, other side the conventional technologies. Unless you have the convergence of both, only then you have a good product in future in the market. I think these kind of approaches will help India, and if we clear our regulations, rules better, I think it is better for the innovative industry, which is seed industry, can bring better products in the market. Thank you very much. This is you to read.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor, for a very comprehensive and really illuminating overview of international seed trade in vegetable and ornamental crops. I would now request Mr. Prabhakar Rao, President of the National Seed Association of India and MD of Nuriviru Seeds, for his address on the seed industry global perspective and Indian seed trade problems and prospects. Mr. Prabhakar Rao.
Thank you, sir. Good morning and namaste to all of you. I think before starting my presentation, I would like to just mention a few points which came to my mind about Dr. Kranti's presentation on cotton. Sir, if you look at the Indian scenario in cotton, the hybrids came only in about 70s. Before 70s, we had only varieties. And as you all know, cotton has been one of the oldest crops of our country. And we used to have a mixture of 4 species of cotton. The Deshi cotton comprising of herbaceum and arboreum, followed by the hirstums and some amount of barbadans also. So from that scenario, we started moving towards hybrids much before the GM technology came in. And there was a significant acceptance by the farmers for the hybrids. So they had the option of going for farm-saved seed of varieties, but still they moved towards hybrids. This is a factor which happened much before the GM came in. So this needs to be kept in mind that there is something special in hybrids which is helping the farmer in getting more yields and more profits perhaps, because he is spending more money buying hybrid seeds, and therefore we can always conclude that he is getting more profits out of the hybrids much before the GM came in. But I fully agree with him as far as the high-density planting solutions are concerned. I think we are one of the company which is encouraging the high-density planting by the farmers, only with a view to improve the yields and thereby improve the profitability to the farmer. The other concern what I have, which I share with Dr. Kranti, that our yields got stagnated, despite the fact that we had the first generation followed by the second generation GM technology, adding to the cost of the seeds. But the yields remain stagnant. That's a concern which I too share with him. We need to definitely breed towards early maturing hybrids, which can fit into the high density population systems. Thereby, the farmers can enhance the yields, move towards mechanizing the harvest, and ultimately earn more profits. If you are able to bring solutions giving varieties, I welcome them. I don't, like what the JS said, I don't take it as a competition to the private sector. Ultimately, private sector will have to step in to multiply the varieties and supply to the farmer. So he might be able to give the varieties to the farmers, but we need to play our role of multiplying them and giving to the farmers. But the important thing I would like to state here is, be it oil seeds, which was one of the speakers who mentioned, be it cotton or be it any other crop, the problem is much bigger. The problem of addressing the soil and water conservation issues, and also looking at the soil nutrition. These basic issues we are forgetting. We are trying to give solutions only through genetics and plant breeding or the seed technology. I think that's not going to help alone. The basics have to be right. As long as we are able to conserve our soil and also conserve the rainfall that occurs naturally. We have erratic monsoons. This situation is going to even worsen in the future. This is not going to improve. All of us know that the climate change is playing havoc, and we will have more and more problems in the future with regard to the rainfall patterns. The only solution for this is conserving the soil and water, doing methods to add to the organic carbon content of the soil. Till that is done, we will have more and more problems. The whitefly outbreaks also can be partly attributed towards these things. when the plant health is better, it can always protect itself from the sucking insect pests or even the fungal or bacterial pathogens. So this is a fundamental truth which all of us know. So that's one area where I think the government has to really focus, where I think we can also play our role. Then things will improve. I also would like to mention that the whitefly problem in Punjab is being blamed as if it's a problem of the seed or as if it is a problem because of the GM trait. I think both are not true. The whitefly problem has come because of multiple factors, which includes the particularly suitable predisposing factors which occurred this year in the environment. All of us faced this problem in Andhra Pradesh way back in the 80s, between 83 and 85. We had similar outbreak of whitefly in Andhra Pradesh when GM traits were not even there. But the pest severity was almost comparable to the situation what has been seen in Punjab. The yields came down to less than 20% of the normal. Then again, when we changed varieties, we were able to bring in varieties with resistance to the whitefly problem. And slowly again, cotton came back in Guntur. Today again, it happens to be the biggest crop for Guntur district, which was having a severe problem way back in the 1983 and 85. I hope same thing will happen in Punjab also. Breeders in public sector and private sector are working towards bringing hybrids with resistance to whitefly. And of course, the climate change also should help so that the pest outbreak comes down. And I think we will be able to move towards growing cotton again in Punjab, because to the extent I understand the Punjab agroclimatic conditions, very difficult for them to find an alternate crop to replace cotton. So they will have to come back to cotton. We have to find solutions for them. So these are a few words which I thought are relevant to speak. I will get into my presentation. I'll try to finish it off in 5 minutes, because many points which I'm going to show here have been covered by Arvind Kapoor before me about the global seed industry overview he has quite clearly given. I think I will just skip through these slides and focus on aspects which are important for us to look at. What is the advantage for India in the global trade? As mentioned, India's share in the global trade is very small, or compared to our potential. We have a huge potential to get into the global seed trade, but our share as of now is very small, because most of the companies in India, we have been focusing on the domestic market. We had a huge opportunity in the domestic market in the last 20 years. I think many companies, they were growing at a very rapid pace here. As a result, they didn't focus enough on the opportunities outside India. But now I think things are changing. Companies seems to be now looking at the global markets, and I expect a rapid progress to happen to realize the potential that exists. The potential is existing basically because we have developed a very strong breeding programs for several crops in our country, because we have a very diversified agriculture base, therefore, and diversified climatic conditions. Because of these reasons, the breeding programs that we have developed in our country, they will be also giving us access to many markets having similar agroclimatic conditions outside of India, particularly in Asia and Africa region. The expertise that we have gained in managing the seed aspects of production, quality management, storage and packing will also help us in entering into the global markets. We also have excellent human resource pool, which also is going to serve us in this endeavor. And we can draw the inspiration from the agrochemical industry, which essentially was serving many of the domestic companies, which were essentially serving the domestic market, agriculture market. They went global, and they have now become very important players in the global markets. So that model, I think, and similar thing happened with the pharma. Hyderabad happens to be the seed capital. It also happens to be the pharma capital for India. So what they have done, I think we can also do. What are the key challenges and issues that we need to work upon? We have discussed this in a workshop where the JS himself was present. So one of the key challenges that we have is standardization of the variety registration and the VCU approval process in many countries, and harmonizing the seed certification procedures in different countries along with in line with the OECD schemes and ISTA procedures, and standardization of trade and quarantine processes, making the phytosanitary certificate issual much easy. These things improve a lot. improvement of the speed of the custom clearances, and improving the R&D collaborations and international tie-ups, and also removing some of the difficulties that we are facing because of the interpretation of the Biodiversity Act. We feel that seed industry is exempt, but still this needs to be confirmed by the authority. Telangana as such is a base of several leading seed companies, and who also have their R&D facilities and the seed processing and storage facilities. Therefore, this can be the hub for the exports markets also. From the Government of India side, the industry has been suggesting that in many of the bilateral discussions with the countries in the Asia and Africa region, seeds can also become a portion of the India support to those countries. This helps the industry initially to reach into those countries. Subsequently, they can continue on their own. Certain incentives like that exist for the pharma, chemical and textile industry can also come for the seed industry, export incentives. There are incentives available to the extent of 10 to 15% on the volume, on the value of the exports that are done in those sectors. Similar incentives can also be given for the seed sector. We had some discussions with the ministry, and the ministry is positive about that. I think we need to work more so that these demands get realized in the future. These are some of the other aspects which I wanted to mention here, but for want of time, I think I would like to end here. Thank you very much for your attention. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar Rao. So what we'll do now is, in view of the shortage of time, I'm requesting or inviting 2 questions from the floor, which we'll try to answer and then wrap up for lunch. So anybody who wants to ask a question, and please identify yourselves first.
Dr. C. Chenalu from Professor Jayashankar, Telangana Agriculture University. My question is with reference to the Dr. Kranti and partially to the our Prabhakar Rao garu also. Our experience with the cotton at research stations and as well as the farmers' fields, very good exposure has been given regarding the total research and as well as the establishment not only in India but also in other countries. So what I would like to say, 1 or 2 sentences, is that gene alone cannot do anything. Insecticides alone cannot do anything. Gene and as well as the insecticides has to go together to really, if you would like to see the prosperity of the farmer, because the cotton is such a crop that, particularly in Telangana, it is the only crop which is really giving a lot of income to the farming community. That is the reason why now it is more than 14 lakh hectares in Telangana alone, if I am not wrong. So number 2, we have seen the preponement of the sowings also. And after 1 or 2 years, we have seen the early inception of the pest, which has damaged even the early sown crop also. Because of the, as you said that in the later stage of the crop, it was the pink bollworm which has devastated like anything. It is only the after introduction of the BT, and the people are very happy, and we could see the smiles on the face of the Telangana farmer. It is our experience. So we have seen the BT1 and it worked for some time. Again, we have gone to the BG2, and for sucking pests, I think there are certain genes, but they have not commercially exploited. I think that to get the benefit of it, we have to do something for the sucking pests also. So the genes for the this bollworms complex and as well as the sucking pest complex, if something is done, then the cost of reduction, cost of expenditure can be brought down so that the farmer can get a little bit more income, that is net returns also. Regarding the management of the crop, we have seen earlier in Telangana, farmers used to go 4 feet into 4 feet, or even 3 into 4. Now with the inception of the BT, when we have recommended the 3 into 2 or in 2 into 2, readily accepted because of the shorter growth of the crop. That means agronomy can be manipulated much better than the scientists or even in the companies, because the farmer know based on the soil health and also the moisture content, the farmer can do the much better agronomy than what we say, because we recommend something, those conditions may not be there really in the field, but he knows very well and he is doing the agronomy much better. And we have also introduced the high density with non-BT. And whenever there was a very good distribution of the rainfall is there, we could get about from the 4 quintals from 1 acre to the 11 quintals for 1 acre with non-BT in Telangana in certain of the patches. Immediately in the next year, we could not get not even the 3 to 4 quintals also, despite of the, because of the drought situation. So what I would like to say is that it is a high density in the future, but high density of the varieties or the hybrids, whatever. Hybrids means again there will be a escalation of the cost because of the seed cost. But whatever it may be, without BT in Indian conditions, I don't think that the cotton will move further. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Khan.
I think some of the comments which was passed by our Prabhakar Rao Garu, I also totally agree regarding the management of the sucking pests and later how the pests are shifting from one to the other. So I really say that the research for the newer genes in the BT should continue, and how to bring down the cost of the seed and other things has to be later thought over. Thank you.
Sir, I feel that like all the answers have actually been given by you, so I don't think there's anything for me to answer.
Agree.
Just one more, please.
Here I am. I'm a farmer from Mahabubnagar district. The question to Dr. K.S.V. Prasad ji is that when we can produce more with less by means of using microbiology, like biofertilizers, if we can think of using rhizobium in the so-called soybean. Perhaps the Brazil is one example where they are exporting $11 billion by using rhizobium as a mandatory basis for the entire farming community. With the result, I believe we have rain-fed red gram in our own Mahabubnagar district. And I am as a DRR awardee for the rice, and I learned techniques from people, knowledgeable people by like Dr. K.S.V. Prasad. The rhizobium, why not these institutions like Krida, which is 25-year-old company, or for that matter, no doubt governments are giving these so-called rhizobium, but they are not becoming popular in the hands of farmer. And more so, the NFSM schemes are not coming forward due to the extension lapses. And the technological gaps, see, anybody can talk of, like the plant density and the pattern. Somebody talks high density will have more. And now I am using in pulses 6 feet by 1 or 2 feet, which is giving me twice the yield compared to your 4 feet by 1 feet. Therefore, all these things are okay for talking sake. As the previous speaker told, it is all the question of managing your so-called water, the last drop of water. It is all the distribution pattern. These are all not in your control. So you can anticipate to see the rainfall nor the distribution as to think which is the best pattern. This is where the farmer or the zones are under perplexing situation. Therefore, you will have to make studies to see what is the best seed. It is not best seed is not the right seed, definitely. The seed that goes well into that particular zone, you will have to think of. in anticipation of the probable the onset or the incidence of diseases over a time. So you may have all that because the monsoon, it is a gambling on monsoon with all the scientific advancements. Can you do something, see, by anticipating the so-called rainfall or its distribution? No. You will have to think on those lines. Then only see such technologies can be evolved, pinpointedly to those areas and to those climates. That is my answer. So you can kindly think, you see, why broad area geogram can't be used on a large scale, under NFSM scheme, by giving, storage bins to every village. That's not what is happening. Governments will have to come forward.
You made your point. Thank you very much for your suggestions. And if you want to say something, since it is more in the nature of a suggestion, we'll certainly take note of your very valuable suggestion. I think this is the end of our technical session 4.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's time to honor our esteemed panel. Firstly, I'd like to invite Dr. Praveen Rao, Special Officer, PJT SAU, onto the stage to do the honors to Sri R.K. Singh, IAS Joint Secretary, our chairperson for this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And Mr. Keshavlu would now felicitate Sri V.K. Gaur, Chairman and Managing Director, National Seeds Corporation, New Delhi. I request Mr. R.K. Trivedi to honor Mr. Prabhakar Rao, our co-chairman and speaker. Dr. Arvind Kapoor, CEO, Rasi Seeds, will be felicitated by Mr. Trivedi. Thank you, sir. And our repeteurs, V.K. Deshpande and Sri Lakshman, will be felicitated. Sri Varaprasad will be felicitated by Sri Trivedi. And Sri Keshav Kranti. Our repeteurs will also be felicitated by Sri Keshavulu, Sri V.K. Deshpande and Sri Lakshman. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's the end of this session. We'll quickly have a lunch break for 30 minutes and resume at 1:30 sharp. Thank you very much. And request all the speakers to... Yes. All the esteemed delegates, a special announcement about the upcoming session post-lunch. Very important and most interesting session on Telangana State Seed Bowl of India. This technical session will be chaired by Sri Pardasarthi and co-chaired by J.S. Chauhan, Sri G.D. Priyadarshini and M. Veer Brahmaya. Thank you very much. And I'd like to mention about our photo booth. All the felicitated delegates, speakers, all your pictures are at the photo booth, Aruna Photo Studio. Please check it out and they'll get it framed for you and you can see your beautiful
Just I want to copy the previous presentations. No, no, not this one. You see? Close. Now previous before presentation. Ajay. Okay. Yeah, Manjesh, I'll lend half finger.
Ladies and gentlemen, another 5 minutes to go for the session. May I request all the delegates to kindly assemble. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the most interesting session this afternoon. Technical Session 5 and the theme, Telangana State, Seed Bowl of India. May I now invite the chairman of the session, Sri C. Pardhasarthi, IAS, APC and Secretary, Government of Telangana, onto the dais. Co-chairman, Ms. G.D. Priyadarshini, IAS, Director of Agriculture, Telangana. And the panelists, Dr. E.A. Siddiqui, former Deputy Director General, CS, ICAR. May I also invite Dr. V. Praveen Rao, Special Officer, PJT SAU. I also invite Dr. Kent J. Bradford, University of California, USA. And we also take the pleasure to invite Dr. Anisetti Murthy, Senior Officer, Seeds, retired. And Dr. V. Ravindra Babu, Director, IIRR. Sri M. Prabhakar Rao, President, NSAI. Sri A.S.N. Reddy, General Secretary, NSAI, New Delhi. We also invite Dr. G.V. Bhaskar Rao, Kaveri Seeds Company, Hyderabad. And Dr. K.C. Ravi, Vice President, Commercial Acceptance and Public Policy. And may I also invite Benny Kaufman, ISTA Secretary General, onto the dais. Please put your hands together for our eminent panelists. And our repeteurs, Dr. Sridhar, Dr. L.V. Subbarao, Dr. Razia. May I invite you onto the dais. May I request our chairperson, Sri Pardhasarthi, to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, friends. It's my proud privilege to welcome all of you for the important discussion, because this Congress is happening in Hyderabad city, which is hub of seed industry for entire country. As organizers, on behalf of Government of Telangana, we thought that it will be befitting if we can organize a special panel discussion so that whatever vision our Honorable Chief Minister Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu has, that vision has to be converted into reality. In fact, yesterday also, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, he also emphasized same thing. In fact, we have a huge dream for the government of Telangana. It is already, hub of seed industry for entire country. But in the days to come, it should become, hub of seed industry for entire world. Yesterday, some of the speakers and even myself, we mentioned that Telangana climate is very, very congenial, not only for production, but also for storage of seed because of low relative humidity and favorable temperatures. Generally, most of the seed production in Telangana state happens in Rabi season, which is more suitable rather than Kharif season. In addition to climatic factors, we have got varied, soils in Telangana state suiting to different types of crops. I will not get into the details of types of soils and suitability, etc. I only mention that already we are number one in certain crops. Let it be hybrid rice seed production or fodder, jawar or hybrid bajra, and several crops. Almost all the districts of Telangana, our farmers are accustomed to take up seed production. In fact, there are certain, islands, like we generally quote one village. The village name is Ankapur. It's in Nizamabad district, which is known all over the country for the seed production of, hybrids like maize, jawar, fodder jawar, and hybrid bajra. In addition to all these factors, let me make a mention that Hyderabad is also headquarter for various Government of India research institutions. I don't know how many are there, but umpteen number of, research stations, All India Coordinated Research Projects. Then we have ICRISAT, we have CREDA here. So, lot of expertise is available in around Hyderabad. And it so happened over a period of time that seed industry has been concentrated in Hyderabad city, and today we see state-of-art R&D processing facilities in Hyderabad or in around Hyderabad city. We have got a airport, good cargo facilities. Even now we are exporting seed to other countries in Asia. Even from Hyderabad it goes to Holland. It goes to various other countries. Yesterday also I spoke of tremendous potential available for export of seed, not only from Telangana state, for that matter entire country, because subtropical, tropical, temperate, all kinds of climate are available in our country. And there is a good expertise, skilled manpower. We have got excellent universities, research stations. Of course, in the recent past, there was some neglect of this research network which was there, which was very, very strong in the entire country. Now our Chief Minister's vision is that the seed industry, they should adopt villages so that not only seed production will take place, in addition to that, transfer of technology also will take place along with seed production. Now we have various speakers on this subject. Because of limited time, I respect all the speakers to be crisp, to the point, and let them say what is the role of governments, what is the role of universities, what is the role of entire research network, what is the role for our educational institutions, and what are the problems the seed producing farmers are facing in the field, what can be done, what kind of incentives we can give to the farmers for producing, say, foundation seed or certified seed. And we are aware that there are 3 generations involved. It's a very complex process, seed production. Unless you plan in, say, 3 years in advance, starting with breeder seed, foundation seed, and certified seed, the result will come only after 3 years. So it is a very, very complex process, and our farmers, by and large, are now accustomed to use, hybrids and yielding varieties of seeds which are coming, which are emanating from various, seed industry R&D also. For example, we all know that now 93% of cotton in the country is BT cotton. So in the last 1 decade, the rate at which the farmers have adopted the BT cotton is also a revelation for all of us that our farmers are progressive. They don't lag behind once they are convinced of any technology. It is only on the field that we should be able to convince the practicability, the cost effectiveness of technology for our farmers. And we have got, some of the excellent villages where even scientists are surprised to see such farms. Even seed producing farmers, they are almost like researchers. If you go to Ankapur, you find lot of innovations. We recommend certain 3 rows is to 1 row. They have already done innovation. They say no, 5:2 is better. I am quoting just one example. So there are also innovations coming up from the farming community. So farmers are so progressive and awareness levels are on the rise. I have to quote that Telangana state has got, I don't know whether it is highest or second highest or first highest in seed replication rate for all, major crops. We do admit that we need improvement with regard to pulses, oil seeds and some of the vegetables. There is a lot of potential available for seed production in Telangana state, particularly vegetables. That is one sector which needs our attention. I request the speakers to mention crop-wise, what is the potential available, what kind of non-traditional areas, alternate areas can be selected, what methodology we follow for selection of such areas, what kind of systems have to be established, are there any problems in regulating them, any parameters which can be incorporated in the regulatory framework, they can be also suggested. They can also think of having separate insurance policies for seed producers. As on today, I don't think it exists. The regular crop insurance program itself is fraught with a lot of problems. We have different types of insurance program in public sector, private sector, but still, majority of the farmers feel that they are not satisfied with settlement of claims. So there is a need for formulating separate insurance policy for seed producing farmers. So seed producers as a category, what can be done by each of the stakeholders is a topic for discussion. It's a very, very interesting topic and it's a good occasion for all of us to brainstorm. And let me mention that this discussion will be very, very useful for Telangana government to formulate an action plan which can be implemented from next year onwards. Because we are in the process of preparing action plan for seed production from next year onwards, how we can double, triple the area under seed production in Telangana state. So we need to think of irrigation sources, we need to think of types of soils, we need to think of innovations in seed science and technology, the processing methods, what is the infrastructure we need to take it forward, what are the hurdles or bottlenecks in exporting our seed to other countries. Because just now industry representative was talking to me that, the government of India has some objection for export of hybrid rice from Telangana state to other countries. So there are bound to be some issues on every, aspect of the subject. Now the forum is open. I request the speakers to limit their discussion in a very, very crisp manner and to the point. I think let us start with Dr. E.A. Siddiqui Saab, former Deputy Director General, ICR. Thank you. Siddiqui Saab, you can take about 7 to 8 minutes.
7, 8 minutes?
Yeah.
This one? No.
Anyway, for any speaker, I can give maximum 10 minutes.
This is forward.
Let it be between 5 to 10 minutes.
This is forward.
Crisp, to the point.
This is forward. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, fellow panelists, very distinguished delegates. Normally it is a practice to acknowledge the source of information. NSI chairman himself is here, Prabhakar Rao. Somebody came and told me that you don't forget to acknowledge the source of information. Partly I have used the information from your own source, NSI. I acknowledge with thanks. I will have only 6 or 7 slides. I hope I will be able to confine my presentation within, if at all exceeds, it may be 10 minutes. I hope you would agree with that. What is the justification for Telangana to be considered as the seed bowl of India? There are many, the justifications to call Telangana as the seed bowl of India. India's seed industry is 5th largest or 5th or 6th largest in the world in terms of size and also turnover. Already somebody corrected in the morning, it is about 53 billion US dollars. That is the current, statistics. If 60% of the seed produced and marketed by one state, then it qualifies for this distinction of being called the seed bowl of India. Telangana meets 60% of the seed produced and marketed. The state also accounts for the high percentage of hybrid seed supply in various crops. Millets almost 70%, rice not very much actually rice hybrid, but still it accounts for 90% of the rice hybrid seed production. Corn 30%, BT cotton 27%, and Sudan grass 100%. There are more than 360 private companies located in this very state, and they include almost 10 to 15% of the largest ones, multinationals, and also you have mid-level, 25 to 30% of them, and the rest of them are small-scale industries. Now, what actually really attracted the seed industry to invest and develop their own, the seed industry in Telangana as already many people told during the last 2 days, 3 days, including the Honorable Minister, it provides the ideal climate year-round for not only production, processing, and also storage, because it provides, cool and dry climate, which is very conducive for seed production and storage. You have very large area, contiguous area within 200 kilometers radius. You can have a very large area, arable area with adequate irrigation resource, and also particularly human resource. Many people wanted to come to, even International Institute wanted to establish their institute in Hyderabad. One of the reasons was that you have, technical manpower at a very cheap rate. And well-experienced seed growers, I was told nearly 2 lakh seed growers are in Telangana, and also very large labor force. Excellent logistical advantage to quickly transport the seed from the place of production in Telangana to any other state around, or even abroad. It can quickly move the seed consignments. Attractive price advantage is very important, that compared to minimum support price, whatever seed produced in various crops, it gets, 2 to 5 times. For example, rice gets 5 times more than the MSP, and similarly maize 3 times, bajra 2 times. Now, what are the major seed producing districts in the state? I will just very briefly tell you. Rice, the maximum, rice hybrids. Millets also 30,000, and also if you see the seed production also, it is almost very similar, 80%, 81% or so. Now sorghum, the Sudan grass, the fodder crop, it is about, it comes to 64,000 acres. Almost 100% of the seed for this fodder crop is produced in Telangana. Cotton, Mahbubnagar is the major district, 38,000, 100% of the hybrid cotton is produced. Now, what we have to do, now the question is whether Telangana can remain as a seed bowl of India. Minister wants it should be seed bowl of even the world. It has all the potential, but what to be done to sustain this, distinction of being the seed bowl of India. Now, the most important thing is, if you want to sustain this status, then you have to go for, you have to demarcate the areas for, different crops. You cannot grow everything everywhere. Crop-wise designation of crop production zones for field, vegetable, and flower medicinal crops. For example, for rice, nearly 34 mandals in Karimnagar, Warangal, and Khammam districts can be identified for as actually a very productive location, and it can be not only for domestic seed production, but even for export. You can identify the mandals exclusively. The corn, Karimnagar, Khammam, 8 mandals can be designated as the corn zone. Similarly, millets, 12 mandals, Nizamabad, Adilabad, pulses, Tandur mandal, cotton and castor could be in Mahbubnagar district in 22 mandals. Vegetable crops, there is a lot of scope. Rangareddy, Medak, and Mahbubnagar. Flower and medicinal crops can be Rangareddy, Medak. The same 3 districts can be. Now, the second important measure they have to take is identification and strengthening of these mandals in crop-specific districts exclusively for production of seed for export. It's not only for, domestic, meeting the domestic need, but also there was a lot of talk in the morning also, yesterday also, that a tremendous scope is there for export of, the seed. I used to tell, since many years I used to tell that the seed could be an excellent commodity for export from this country. Now we have to, strengthen, if you want to really export, the seed, then probably we have to strengthen, identify the mandals, strengthen them for exclusively for, export production and export of seed. Development of seed export zones, you can, demarcate, and the strengthening of infrastructure facilities, including safe storage and shipping. This is very important. This logistics is very important to quickly move. Once you have gone for, the export-oriented kind of seed production, then probably you should develop a very good infrastructure facilities, particularly safe storage. It can be in the, the public side, but also it could be in the private, end. Building special laboratories, it could be world-class laboratories we may have to develop if we are going to concentrate on the production and export of seeds. Special laboratories, human resource trained in the use of innovative techniques for ensuring seed quality standards. A lot of talk was there in the morning, but probably in discussion with that, we have to set up that kind of laboratories. Training of seed growers on meeting phytosanitary standards is a very important thing if you have to, export seed. Now, what is the expectations of the private seed industry? They expect many things. Apart from what government does, it expects 40% the subsidy, subsidy should be very attractive, at least about 40% subsidy on development of seed warehouses, 55% development on cold storages, 40% on electricity consumption during the process of the seed processing when they consume a lot of electricity. Now, review of frequent vigilance raids is being done by the government. I think probably they have some sort of reservation that during the processing and packaging time, if these people come and interfere, it will be very good. It will be a disturbance, but you cannot avoid that because there is some sort of trust deficiency between the, private seed industry and also the government. That's why they have organized this, vigilance raids. But this could be reviewed and to the satisfaction of the private seed industry, this could be done. Speedy settlement of the seed subsidy. This is a very serious problem that you announce a subsidy on seed, but you don't make the payment immediately. I think this should be speeded up. More helpful policy enabling supply, transport of seed of certain crops. See, the seed is produced in one place and then for processing somewhere else. For example, Telangana has all the facilities for processing the seed, but the seed is produced also somewhere else. I think in the transport of the seeds for processing, there should not be much restriction. Even suppose you produce seed, but you cannot restrict the seed. Suppose there is no rains here.
It will be in future, it will be little bit difficult for some crops staying here. Already the movement has been started in rice to other states. And also Orissa is a very, one scheme they announced. Whoever takes production there, so they're allowed to participate in subsidy. of Orissa government. So these kind of schemes are coming from other states. And also I request the government and this public-private partnership, we need to have it, especially the seed testing lab, international seed testing lab, we should have here, because we have all the facilities. It's only the linking of with ISTA, because we have all government institutions, we have facilities, we have ICRISAT also here. There are many more institutes which are capable of handling. I personally request on behalf of Seed Association that in the university, agriculture university, we should have that lab, because we are exporting a lot from here, and it is going to increase in 2 years' time, double the present quantities. So we need to have that lab at any cost. And as in the inaugural session, Bhaskar Rao Garu suggested that we should have good seed technology lab and linking that to with the good aims, Iowa or California University, Davis. So we should have these things. And the manpower from the industry is a employment generation is good. We have really nearly regularly around 17,000 employees here in Hyderabad, and during the season more than 1 lakh the daily wages people, they are helping us. As my president suggested, I think during the peak hours, the electricity supply is key, sir. Because I also request you and our agriculture minister to visit during the peak months like March to May or June, and it's 24/7 operations, and we need to have a backup. And also the biggest challenge for industry is, as our Harish mentioned, that we are self-sufficient. There is no shortage of any seed from the industry side. So actually, it is excess. So we need to see how we have to exhaust those things. Otherwise, we will be having a bigger problems. And the facilities, what we have here is a world, the best facilities are here. We invite you can see those facilities. And this is at one place, we have a major operations. Nowhere in the world we have these operations here. And around 650 tons per hour, more than that. And the cold storages, what we have, I think I must say here, Gubba Cold Storage, they created a world-class facility. So we are storing there. And recently they created a germplasm, long-term germplasm storage. So there is no problem for infrastructure. Only the challenge will be how we can retain this, how we can, sustainability is a big challenge. So with this, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Reddy Garu. Definitely we'll take suitable measures so that it is stalled. Whatever moment you are discussing can be stalled, and ISTA lab and establishment of Center of Excellence in our university are well taken. We will be definitely working on them. Now it is the turn of another seed industry legendary, Sri G.V. Bhaskar Rao Garu, representing Kaveri Seed Industries.
Respected Chairman and the distinguished panelists who are sitting in the dais, ladies and gentlemen. There is no doubt that Hyderabad and Telangana is the seed bowl of the country today. But it has not come overnight. 30, 40 years of struggle of the public institutions, universities, and the central institutions this has come up. Earlier, in those days, as some of the speakers have told, the committed people were there. I remember when I was a student, agriculture AEOs were there. AEOs, they used to come on a cycle to visit the farms and encourage the farmers how to cultivate. One AEO used to cover 30 to 40 villages and go to the villages and educate the farmers. Extension work was tremendous. Today, any agriculture officer is coming for the extension? No. So the extension work from the government side is lacking. And also, we feel pity today that the farmer doesn't want his son to be a farmer. Why? Why? Because the problems he's facing, erratic monsoon, no irrigation, labor. The labor, if you see, the labor today, agriculture labor doesn't want to work in the agriculture fields. See, I have a farm, I have a research station at one place, same place, and the processing facility. The laborers want to come to my processing plant to work, but the same labor, if I am sending to the research to work on the field, they are not ready. This is the thing which we have to address. As earlier speakers, Prabhakar Rao and everybody has said something about our, whatever requirements are there for this thing, for the seed industry. As Prabhakar Rao has rightly said, see, ours is a seasonal business. From March to probably June, 3-4 months, our work will be there in the processing plants. This has to be, see, the labor laws has to be modified so that this industry comes under agriculture. So that, see, the laborers come and work for 1 month, 2 months, and when these trade unions come and attack us to pay whatever according to the labor laws or what, that if you think in that way, things will, processing facilities and everything, labor, the problems will not be there for the industry, in my opinion. As Praveen Rao has said, that the private industry should come forward to produce the valuable seeds like soybean, groundnut, and what is the other crop? Pulses. See, as some of the speakers have said that, the government is calling for the tenders and the middleman is going into the market and then buying and packing it and giving it a seed. And that seed, the farmers is sowing and a lot of problems are coming. We assure you, sir, the seed industry is ready to produce the seed, but the guarantees market should be there. And the foundation seed has to be supplied by the government. And if you certify it, I think the private seed industry is going to produce and give a certified seed at an agreed price. This was, see, my career began as a seed supplier to the APSSDC. I was supplying paddy seed to the APSSDC Warangal. That was the stage, thousands of lakhs of quintals was produced by the APSSDC in those days. See, day by day, the things have changed. And the private industry, seed industry is not a easy industry, sir. See, we have to plan 3 years in advance. Nuclear seed, foundation seed, certified seed, and then the multiplication. We have to estimate our demands at least 2-3 years in advance. And then after producing, the market changes and the demand changes, because of the monsoon. If the cropping pattern changes, again the leftovers will be there. That kind of problems is there in the seed industry. That is the reason public sector could not meet such kind of this thing, and they have phased out of this business, in my opinion, sir. And then the committed people. See, in those days, I was a farmer in 1975. I was producing 10 acres of maize hybrid seed. NSC officer was there. He came to my farm when it was thoroughly raining. Completely it was raining. He said that I want to see your farm while at this time, because are you doing this detasseling work? Have you done it in proper time? Detasseling has to be done. See, detasseling doing is not important. It has to be done in a proper time. After the crossing, if they do, what is the purpose of the detasseling? So that kind of a committed officers were there in those times. Now it is not, we don't know, but that is the reason private industry has taken it. And I hope, sir, our beloved Chief Minister is dreaming that this Telangana should become a seed bowl of not only the country, but also the world. See, we have opportunities, sir, but the only thing is, as Harish has said, the marketing is the most important thing. In this marketing, if the government supports, see, voluminous crops like varietal paddy, hybrid paddy, and these pulses and soybean. Soybean is also a very distinct, tricky crop, tricky seed, this thing. If it is not stored in a proper way, it loses its germination very, very fast, sir. We should be very careful in storing the soybean seed. It's not only the procurement, it has to be stored in proper way. Otherwise, then the government institutions may get bad name, because that is also important, sir. We have to caution the storage facilities. And already our earlier speakers have told that, the seed industry, the problems what the seed industry is facing, the power, the labor, and the other things, sir. If you support in future also the same with spirit and everything, if you support the industry, I think, I am sure that, this Telangana will become, because of the diversified climate, all the crops can be grown, and the laborers with the skilled labor. I personally feel, sir, we have to train the farmers, when it has to go to the larger areas of the mandals for the seed production. See, unless and until a farmer sees with his own eyes, he won't believe, sir. It has to be demonstrated that seed production is a viable thing, is important, is also, it can give more this thing. It has to be remunerated, commercial crop to the seed production, at least 20-30% more income should come from the area. So it has to be demonstrated, and once it is demonstrated, it can be multiplied in the future. And if market is there, sir, we can definitely make this Telangana as a seed bowl of the country. And there is also scope for vegetable seed production, sir. Vegetables, all the vegetables today in hybrid vegetables are grown near Bangalore or in Ranibennur area. In Telangana also, Medak and this thing. can be developed as a vegetable seed production, because most of the European countries are also importing vegetable seeds from the India, because the labor and everything is very labor-oriented. This thing is there. So in that, we can definitely have a scope for vegetable seed production. And if with the same spirit, we support the industry, sir, we will definitely make this state the seed bowl of the country as well as the world, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Rao Garu. Now I think it is a turn of Dr. K.C. Ravi, representing Syngenta. Hope you will take 5 minutes. We are running out of time, sorry. After this, we have last speaker. It's a very, very important speaker after him. Thank you.
Chairman, sir, distinguished fellow panelists and friends. So far, we've heard how Telangana has established itself to be in my opinion, it's already the seed bowl of India. And I just want to share quickly Syngenta's experience in the state of Telangana and quickly wrap up with some of the expectations that we have from the government. Syngenta's domestic and export requirements for key hybrids are met through seed production in Telangana. About 30% of corn, sir, and 80% of rice and 100% of sorghum and 50% of millet hybrids are produced in the state through about 8,000 growers. We have state-of-the-art seed processing plants, sir, in Nutankal and Kodakandla sites. And they have been providing us with excellent hybrids of vegetables and you name it for our farmers in Telangana. We have also been working, sir, through our Syngenta Me and Mine program to establish an ethical supply chain. So this program is in affiliation with the Fair Labor Association, so where we look at issues in the supply chain like eradication of child labor and the kind. And we've been quite successfully running that program. So many speakers before me have said a lot on what we can do further to kind of enhance the status of Telangana as the seed bowl of the country. I guess creation of designated seed production SEZs, like rice SEZ or a sorghum SEZ, would go a long way in minimizing the issues relating to isolation problems, and that in turn will again help us in producing high quality seeds. So that's one suggestion that I want to place before you. Introduction of registered seed production grower card. I think some of my previous panelists have also alluded to that. This will help the growers to produce the required inputs at subsidized rates, sir. Strengthening credit system to the seed production growers at a lower rate, that could also be looked at for further strengthening. Encouraging growers to use subsidized farm machinery. We've already heard speakers saying about the labor scarcity. So probably drip irrigation, solar pump sets, planters, harvesters, boom sprayers, etc. If we could have growers encouraged that subsidized farm machinery, that would also go a long way. Productive use of food for work labor, like Dr. Prabhakar Rao has already alluded, engage them in June, July only, so that we have labor available. Special facilities for the seed production hubs like hospitals, schools, road facilities, small godowns, vocational course of seed production, and probably think in terms of grower clubs that could help in further encouraging. The industry also will be encouraged, sir, with if there is a legal protection of proprietary germplasm. So that's quite an issue for some of us, and we would like your kind consideration on that. Subsidized infrastructure to industry also would go a long way, sir, by way of warehouses or packing lines, low power tariff charges, which NSAI and members have already alluded to. Quick issue of relevant approvals to industry, if it is coming in time, that would be of great help to us. The export subsidies and soft loans. Establishing high-tech seed testing labs, again, this has been mentioned. And I guess organizing quick phytosanitary certificates will also go a long way in helping industry and encouraging industry to do more in this area. Sharing of public germplasm to industry from state universities is also something that we would like, the industry would like us to be encouraged with. So with that, I end my presentation in paucity of time. I had a longer presentation, but thank you very much for this opportunity for sharing my views on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Raviji. Our last speaker is Dr. Benjamin. He is all the way, came from Switzerland. He represents ISTA, International Seed Testing Association, which is an intergovernmental body representing almost, I think, 100 countries. So his help will be very useful for our Telangana state. I think he volunteered. He gave a pleasant surprise to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished panelists, esteemed seed women and seed men. This discussion is done under the title of Telangana, the Seed Bowl of India. It was mentioned the Seed Bowl of the world. I'm sure that the potential is here. However, in the last 2 days, we heard about, or we saw numbers that show that the yield that is delivered here or that is achieved here in some ways is lagging behind yield in other places. So we saw places where they have much smaller area with a much larger yield, or if you will, the yield per hectare is better. So obviously, the potential that exists here is not materialized completely. In this context, the word innovation was used here many times during the last 2 days. And definitely innovation is very important. Also research is very important. But I will argue that the yield is to achieved in the farmer's field and not so much in the research plot of the researcher or the innovator. You may have the best breeders in the world, your scientists may be magicians. The plants in your research plot may talk to you in a number of languages and give you gold nuggets. But if you're not able to take this innovation or this magnificent seed from the research plot and put it in the hands of the farmer, all your innovation and all your research for all practical purposes is meaningless. Now, the way to do this is quality assurance. So in the last 2 days, I heard a lot about the word quality, but I think there was only one presentation of Professor Kashavulu that actually the term quality assurance or quality control was used. So it looks to me that that is an important piece of the puzzle. Obviously, it's a puzzle. There are many parts to it, as we heard in the last 2 days. But this is the one piece that I would like to talk about. Now, seed testing was mentioned, and it was mentioned in Kashavulu's presentation that when there was an analysis done or a comparison between seed testing laboratories, there was found very vast differences or large variation going between 5 to 35% variation in the results of the same type of testing. So quality assurance in the seed world is seed testing. Seed testing is ISTA. So that's what I want to present for you. Let me warn you, this presentation is basically just highlights. It is a condensation of a much larger presentation that with a lot of pain I had to take and throw away many of the slides. But I'm here till the end of this event, and if anybody is interested to hear more about it, I'll be more than willing to fill in the gaps. So here goes. I'm sure that many of you know that we are an international non-for-profit association. We associate seed analysts and seed testing laboratories. We operate under the governance of the government of member states. ISTA is an association that started almost 100 years ago. It started as an association of government laboratories, but have evolved, and now we have within us government, industry, and academia. These are just excerpts, part of the objectives of the association. We developed the ISTA rules for seed testing. Those rules are standard procedures that are used around the world and are evolving on a continuous basis. And they are able to evolve because we also promote the research that is going into developing these standard procedures and methods or methodologies for seed testing. We operate under the motto of uniformity in seed testing. Hence, I relate to the variation that was earlier mentioned in seed laboratories. That's what we are trying to avoid. And that is what our work is pretty much all about. ISTA today has presence in 81 countries around the world. We have different categories of membership. We associate 221 member laboratories. Out of this, 136 are accredited by ISTA, and I'll touch upon this later. We have also individuals as members of ISTA, of which 57 are associate members, 38 are personal members, and we have a new category of membership, which is industry members. This is new from this year. We already have DuPont and Dow being industry members, and I will be more than happy to describe this to any company that is interested. In India, we have 22 member laboratories, of which six are accredited, and India is ISTA's biggest country. So there is no other country represented in our association with as many laboratories as India is. However, it is only a fraction of what should be here, and we would like to expand our presence in India. The core of our work is done along these 18 technical committees. The technical committees are made or go along the lines of different tests that make up seed testing, or along different crop categories. But all in all, this is the heart of our operation. Members of the technical committees coming from all over the world, not only from ISTA laboratories, and there is a process of how you get involved in working in these technical committees. All in all, there are about 300 seed experts, and they are providing, or this is a forum that within it, much of the work of the best seed experts around the world is conducted. The result of this work is basically can be divided into two. One is the ISTA rules, which I've mentioned earlier, evolving all the time and published once a year. And based on these ISTA rules, we have an accreditation program of laboratories. And that is what I would like to focus on. ISTA is doing many other things. We have publications, we have other sides or other facets of our activities, but I would like to talk about the accreditation program. And the reason for that is because for Telangana to become the seed bowl of the world, you have to be engaged, or you have to have export. And to be able to move seed or to trade seed across borders, one of the instruments that are the most important are the ISTA certificates, which can be obtained only from an ISTA accredited lab. But this is the end of this story. Let me start it from the beginning. To be able to be accredited, you first of all need to be an ISTA member. You have to participate in ISTA proficiency tests. You have to have a quality management system, go through or live through an ISTA audit, and then you're getting the accreditation, and you have to maintain it. So it's not that you have received your accreditation once and this is the end. You have to go through all kinds of processes to be able to maintain it. And I will go through each and one of those steps as fast as I can. So the ISTA proficiency test is something that is going on continuously. It is one of the more unique things for our association. The proficiency test is, its goals are dual. First of all, for the association, it is a way for us to keep some sort of a tap on the performance of our accredited laboratories. For the laboratories, it is a way to benchmark their performance. So any laboratory basically can participate in the ISTA proficiency tests. If you're a member laboratory, your participation is for free. If you're a non-ISTA laboratory, you can still, for a fee, participate in it. And it is a very useful way for you to gauge the level of your performance. We have three types of proficiency tests. The basic tests, here in the middle, are the traditional methods of seed testing. We are conducting two or three of them each year. It covers germination, purity, other seed determination, moisture, tetrazolium, vigor, and also for the accredited labs, the way that they fill an ISTA certificate. In addition to that, we have proficiency tests for GMO testing. It is basically a blind test that is sent. We're trying to have one or two of those a year. So a blind test that is a spiked sample is sent to the participating laboratories, and the laboratory needs to tell us what kind of events were spiked and in what quantity, and opposed to the other proficiency tests that we're having for GMO testing, every laboratory can use its own protocol. We are just testing the fact that they bring back the right results. Similarly, we have seed health tests, and in these tests, we'll send you, again, infected samples. Obviously, there are all kinds of logistical problems associated with conducting this kind of a proficiency test. Nevertheless, we are trying to have two of those every year. You are informed of what was the pathogen that the sample was infected with, and your task is to quantify it and get it right. We rank laboratories. You get a grade when you are submitting your results. It goes from A if you are very good, to BMP if you're not. And what this graph is trying to show, the green here marks the relative proportion of labs that are getting A. Correspondingly, yellow is the B, C, and red is the BMP. So you can see that in accredited laboratories, which is the left bar, the level or the relative proportion of laboratories that excel and get the A is significantly larger than non-accredited or Northeastern laboratories. The quality management system, I know that some people find this slide somewhat intimidating, but I think for the purpose of my presentation here, especially in light of how I started it, this is a key slide, because quality assurance or quality control is not just a term. It is really a way that you're conducting your operations. It is a way of life. It has many components to it. The end result of conducting a test and getting results is just a small fraction of it. Before you're getting to do this testing, there are many components that you have to have in your laboratory. And those are captured here. It's not as intimidating as it may look on the slide. And usually, ISTA provides support to laboratories that are interested to become accredited, and will take them along the way from a very initial stage. Then there is the audit. Audit, like any other audit, there is not much to say about it. Usually, every audit will be made by at least 2 auditors. One is a system auditor, which will be auditing your quality management system, the previous slide. Then there will be 1 or more technical auditors, which are experts in the type of testing that are in the scope of your laboratory. And they will go through your operations in an audit that usually lasts a day or a day and a half, depending on how vast is the scope of your laboratory. Then you got accredited, and as I mentioned, you have to maintain your level of operations. To be able to do that, or to gauge this, you have to participate in the proficiency tests on an annual basis, and you'll have an audit reoccurring every 3 years to re-accreditate your laboratory. Now, most of the laboratories, or the privilege that this accreditation is giving you, is your ability to fill the ISTA certificates. Those certificates, there are 2 types of certificates. The third one is coming. They differ basically in the way that the sampling was made and who was responsible for the sampling. But those are the passports for seeds to move between countries. And as I mentioned, we're working on another certificate, which is concentrating on the sampling alone. This is the division of our accredited laboratories. And I would like to share with you some testimonials here. About uniformity in seed testing.
Uniformity is the main reason of we get together.
Uniformity in seed testing, which is a very simple and short phrase, tell us the importance of having the seed analysis standardized.
Any seed testing carried out anywhere in the world on the same material should give the same, ideally the same result.
And they are having a uniform seed testing procedures, which is very important for seed trading.
Is extremely important, and so that approach of uniformity in testing, uniformity in approach to testing is a sign of quality.
quality is important. You know? If the seed does not germinate, it's worthless.
ISTA's really strong focus on seeds gives it a unique position. And because it was put together as an international organization, governments take notice of ISTA.
This is very important whenever you have trade, whenever you have business relationship between partners, so that you avoid disputes.
ISTA meets once a year to upgrade the rules. So every year we have more seeds in the rules, we have better procedures in the rules. This is evolution, and ISTA is top on this.
Okay. Not sure how I'm getting out of this. Here we go. So, the accreditation system that I've described to you, it is the major component that brings about this uniformity that these testimonials were about, and that is the logo that we are operating under. The rules that we're generating and the ISTA certificates, those passports that I was talking about, are really a language. This is the power of these certificates and the power of accreditation and the power of our association. Because through this, when somebody here in Hyderabad is testing seeds, and these seeds are being exported to somewhere in France, all it takes is for the French, on the French side, for someone to pick up the orange certificate or the ISTA certificate and look at the test results there, and he knows exactly what he's looking at, he knows exactly, or she, what it means, and it is definitely a universal language of seed quality. Our work is endorsed by a number of international associations that you see them listed in front of you. The OECD seed schemes refers to ISTA and it applies to all the countries where the OECD certification seed scheme is included. The ISF rule for trade refers to ISTA orange certificates, and it is a required trading document, and the requirements for the ISTA orange certificate is written into the seeds law of the seed acts of many countries. So in summary, uniformity in seed testing is about standardization. We standardize the methodologies through our rules, the performance through our accreditation program, the reporting of the results and the communication about seed quality through our ISTA certificates. We standardize performance through our proficiency tests. We enable access to knowledge through our publications, which is something that I didn't touch upon. Another component of this is through continued education, which is provided in our workshops, and through the professional networking. ISTA is a community. People from here that participated in our events know that we're more than a community, it's more like a family. We are now available on LinkedIn, and I would like to finish with this slide here, talking about our objectives. One part of the objectives that I didn't touch upon is the dissemination of knowledge. Under this objective, we are conducting our workshops and seminars, and we are now working toward having varietal identification and GMO testing workshop coming September 2016 here in the DuPont Science Center. This will be done in collaboration with PJTSAU and hopefully with the sponsoring of DuPont, as I said, and it will be conducted by the ISTA Varietal TICOM and the ISTA GMO testing TICOM, and with the help of Professor Kashavulu, I'm sorry. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions either now or later I'm around. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Benjamin. It was too technical for people like me. Of course, if you want to strengthen the seed bowl concept, you have to think of globally recognized standardization systems in testing, and you have to think of OECD certification systems if you want to export, then SPS if you want to improve your exports, and exports are linked to seed bowl concept of Telangana. We have to learn about them, and we have to go for such system if we want to really grow and become a seed hub of entire world. Thank you very much. I thank all the panel speakers here who have contributed their valuable suggestions, expressed their concerns, and also their valuable ideas for the future growth of Telangana state and Telangana seed industry. Thank you very much. We will wind up here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a last event. Kindly 1 second. We need to felicitate you, sir. May I request Dr. Raji Reddy, Director Research of PGT SAU, and also Niranjan, Secretary, Statesmen Association, to kindly come on to the dais. Niranjan and Keshavalu, please. I request Raji Reddy Garu to kindly present a memento on this occasion to Chairman of the session, panel very ably conducting session, very marathonous and then lengthy session on different issues on making the Telangana into seed bowl of India. Raji Reddy Garu to present a memento to Padasarthi Garu and also to Veera Brahmaya Garu. Niranjan to kindly present memento to Professor E.S. Siddiq, Dr. V. Praveen Rao Garu, Special Officer PGT SAU, Dr. Kent, Niranjan to present a memento to Dr. Kent Bradford, and also to Benjamin Kaufman. Niranjan to present a memento to Benjamin Kaufman also, and also Dr. Anishetty, Dr. Anishetty Murthy Garu. Also to Ravindra Babu, Niranjan also to Ravindra Babu, Director IIRR. Dr. Keshavalu to present memento to Prabhakar Rao Garu, President NSCI. And also to General Secretary ASN Reddy, NSCI. ASN Reddy, General Secretary NSA, and also to G.V. Bhaskar Rao Garu, Kaveri Seats. Dr. Keshavalu to present memento to Bhaskar Rao Garu. And also to K.C. Ravi. Dr. Niranjan again to present memento to R.K. Trivedi. Siddiq sir to dे दिया. Siddiq sir to दे दी. Siddiq sir को Niranjan Siddiq sir को. I think it is done, no? Rapporteurs also. No, rapporteurs also to be presented. Sridhar and then Rajia. Niranjan to present mementos to Sridhar and Rajia, rapporteurs of the session. One more is there, no? Sir, report is to be presented, sir. చేస్తాను నిరంజన్ report is with sir. Thank you Varun sir. We break for tea for about 10 minutes only because next session has to be started. The next session, presentation of research papers on seed research and development. This will be chaired by Dr. E.S. Siddiq and co-chaired by Dr. Rajireddy. All those oral presentations need to be loaded into the computer. They may kindly come onto the desk now, please. Some of the presenters who have not yet loaded their presentation may please load their presentations right now. Next, oral sessions. Those who have not yet loaded their presentations may kindly load their presentations in the computer right now, please.
Done. 6 6
Hello. Respected delegates, kindly be seated. Respected delegates, kindly be seated in the hall. We will start the session immediately.
6
I request one and all to kindly come inside the hall, please. The session will be started soon. The session 7, presentation of research papers on seed research and development. This will be chaired by Professor E.S. Siddiq, co-chaired by Dr. Raj Reddy. Rapporteurs, Dr. Narayan Swamy from US Bangalore and Jhanshi Rani from PGTSAU. Sir Siddiq sir, please come on to the dais. Sir Raj Reddy garu also. Professor Siddiq will be the chair. Dr. Raj Reddy garu co-chair. The session on presentation of research papers on seed research and development. Rapporteurs Narayan Swamy. Rapporteurs Narayan Swamy and Jhanshi Rani. Narayan Swamy, Professor US Bangalore. Please, please.
last session of the day, and there are 12 speakers. And the organizers say you can restrict the presentation time to participants. As I told you, this is the last session of the today's programs, and there are 12 speakers. I do not know how much. Looks like that even if you give 7 minutes, and invariably the speakers will exceed by 3 to 5 minutes even. So this is going to be a 2-hour session. What I request the speakers that you just help me, because I am not a good moderator, to tell you that even my own wife will not accept me as a moderator. Whenever I say I am going to moderate a session, she will tell me that you are not able to moderate your own family. How are you going to moderate? So kindly cooperate with me and see that we complete by, it is now 5:15. I think we should be able to 7 o'clock? 6:45. Please, cooperate with me. Now I would request the first speaker, Ketan Kishore. He will speak on the biological seed treatment, particularly he is going to treat with microbes. I think let us hear him. Dr. Ketan?
Yes, sir.
You please restrict your presentation to 7 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Please.
So, is it on? Can you? Yeah, it's on. Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the chairman, the co-chairman, and the organizers of the 8th National Seed Congress 2015 for calling me here and to present on a very vibrant and new technology that is taking the world by storm, which is biological seed treatment and seed care. Let us cover the past 100 years in crop care and how perceptions have changed. First it was pest eradication, then it became pest control, then it was pest management, then it's integrated pest management, then it became to resistance management, then it moved on to residue management, then food safety issues were raised, then biotechnology came as a tool which helped GM crops become a reality, and that led to stacking of traits and desirables in the crops. And now we have come across multiple seed treatments for seeds. So what next is what I ask. What are the market murmurs heard at agri-input conferences? This is about companies who are making the chemicals for controlling diseases on seeds or controlling insects on seeds. So which says we cannot afford a product development cycle of 10 years plus costing $300 million. Sustainability has to have a triple bottom line for people, prosperity, and the planet. The crop inputs that best fit the bill to help achieve the triple bottom line and to tackle sustainability in agriculture are biologicals. 2014, the biologicals have arrived, and biological seed treatment is the future. That is what people are saying worldwide. So let us look at what it is all about. So on one side we have nutrition, and on the other side we have protection. So on the nutrition we have fertilizers, and on the protection we have the pesticides. But in between is this gray space, which is the biological space or the biological world, which is on one side the biostimulants and the biocontrols. So what is it that needs to be done to bridge the gap? So we need to align R&D activities to market needs, which will lead to the expansion of the market and provide food and fuel security. increase agriculture sustainability, protect the consumer's health, which makes eco sense. That's both economical and ecological sense. Why are we talking about biologicals? Because the wonder years have begun. Bayer Crop Science buys a US company, AgraQuest, for $500 million. That's $500 million. And that company has not made even $1 profit in 17 years. Still, it was bought for $500 million. Why? Because they had only biologicals. BASF buys Becker Underwood for $1.02 billion. Certis of USA and Kumai of Japan signed an agreement for marketing of biologicals. Syngenta invests $10 million in Agrinos. It's a Norwegian company for biologicals. Syngenta and Novozymes have marketing agreements. Then CBC Japan buys BioGuard of Italy for undisclosed sums. Syngenta buys Pastura Biosciences for $113 million. Syngenta and Nesagro tie up for marketing arrangement for biologicals. And the latest is Monsanto and Novozymes form BioAg alliances. So the biologicals have arrived in the world and they are here to stay for crop care, specifically for seed treatment, sir. What is the perception of seeds then and now? One for the rock, one for the crow, one to die and one to grow. So that is effectively 25% we were happy in those days. Then this is an old English saying, an old American saying, one for the blackbird, one for the crow, one for the cutworm, one to grow. Again, 25% you were happy with. But I love this next saying. I ask not for a larger garden because no one is manufacturing land, sir, nowadays. But I ask for finer seeds. And that is what we have to provide is what best development and research we can provide for seeds. What is the history of seed treatment? It started way back in 2000 BC in China, India, Egypt, Greece, Rome. We developed first soaking techniques using sap, onion sap, garlic sap or cypress sap. Then it went on to chlorine, salt water, copper, arsenic. Then arsenic got banned. Then surprisingly, the first chemical seed treatment was manufactured by Bayer in the year 2014-15. And just see, today it is 2015, 100 years since then, and we are now talking about biologicals for seed treatment, sir. World seed treatment scenario, 2001, about $1 billion. In 2014-15, it is $3.8 billion. It's expected to grow to 10 to 14% per annum. Why? The acreages are stagnating. High seeding rate is being replaced by best available seed. Seed costs are increasing every year. GM seeds, every seed has a value. And cost-effective method means we have lesser active ingredient per hectare to be introduced into the environment. Disease protection is the most desired trait, followed by insect protection. And new chemicals or biological products are being faster developed and adopted for seed treatment. It has become a service industry, seed care. It's a new service industry. It's having dedicated facilities, low dose of active ingredients, highly mechanized, knowledge intensive, capital intensive, and has a long gestation period. But this is exactly what's happening. All the people are aggregating seeds coming to one place for seed treatment, and then it is packed and marketed and supplied to various companies, but all at one location. And this is what is happening worldwide. Not every seed company is doing their own processing and packaging. It is now being done under common house called Ag Service Centers for Seed Care. What are the innovations that are happening in seed care, sir? In USA, Canada, and Europe, most seeds have 5 to 6 coats. One for disease protection, bioinoculums, insect protection, micronutrients, amino acids, auxins, cytokinins. These are the minimum or typical of 5 seed coats. And what is being done at the coating level? The polymers or the polyvinyls are being replaced by renewables like biopolymers from peanuts or groundnut, soybean, corn, gum arabic, xanthanum gum, beeswax, etc. Biologicals in seed treatment. What are the different types of formulations available, sir? One is for nutritional seed care. You have WPs, that's vegetable powders, WP or liquid solutions for nitrogen fixing, WP or vegetable powders for potash mobilizing, WP or liquid solutions for phosphorus solubilizing. For protectional seed care, we have seed dressings, SD or WP, for disease control, then LS again for disease controls, WP or DS is for disease controls, DS or WP again for disease controls, or then DS or WP again for nematode controls, and WP is for root grub controls. So these are the different kinds of formulations. The specific organisms are mentioned in that, sir. In biologicals, so the microbial origin, what is it that we are talking? We're talking about organisms like Trichoderma, Bacillus, Pseudomonas, Ampelomyces, etc. And what are the pathogens that we are wanting to control? Fusarium, Pythium, Phytophthora, Rhizoctonia, Aspergillus, Alternaria, Macrophomina, Rhizopus, Sclerotium, Botrytis. For diseases such as root rot, seedling rot, damping off, collar rot, wilt, kernel bunt, loose mud, ring rot, sheath blight, blast. Now, biological seed treatment is a new IPM tool which is available to us, sir. It is a primary tool for, can be used successfully in IPM for sustainable agriculture. The target species of the pest or disease is well known, and it is having no effect on non-target species or non-target organisms because they are biological in nature. A smaller dose of the active microbe is received per hectare in seed treatment so as to effectively manage resistance over a long period of time. The biological seed treatments provide tools to control certain stubborn seed and soil-borne pathogens as well as some very early season pests. Such, the examples I'll come to. BSTs are usually active and protect the roots through the entire season, saving repeated dose of different chemical fungicides or insecticides. BSTs are sometimes the only route for delivering certain controlling seed-borne pathogens, especially in groundnut in India. We know Aspergillus flavus is a big issue causing aflatoxins for groundnut. And even Ecrisat has proven that it is only a biological that can control that, sir. Sir, hardly 1 minute, sir. Thank you. They develop the highest efficacy for control of early pests and diseases applied at reduced dose compared to foliar or soil applications. Just to one example, monsoon groundnut acreage is highest, and that's also where Aspergillus flavus is highest infection. And then also for basmati rice, bakane foot rot is a big issue which can be done by seed treatment, sir. This is the whole host of crops where biological seed treatment is made available as per Government of India recommendations: wheat, barley, maize, millets, rice, chilies, potato, tomato, onion, sunflower, mustard, soya bean, vegetables, chickpea and groundnut. What are the main differences, sir? We have 4 modes of action in a biological as well as only 1 mode in a chemical. We have competition, antibiosis, antagonism and induced systemic resistance protection, whereas on the chemical side you have only one side which is chemical in nature. One single dose is effective for the entire side for a biological. On the chemical side you need to have repeat doses because the half-life is achieved in 21 days, sir. What is the differences between products of Trichoderma made by our company and others, sir? It is based, all other companies are having on talcum based, ours are having on natural carriers which are able to give nutrition to the organism during the time of packaging, storage and transport, sir. And it is controlling the disease throughout the season. Chemical fungicides, repeat doses are expensive. So it's environmentally safe, improves soil health, it's target specific, safe handling and no residues left in the food, sir. The savings are up for grabs for the farmers and the seed companies. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much that you could actually, wind up your presentation within, given 7-8 minutes. Now we will call upon the second speaker. Who is Selva Rani. I think she is going to make a presentation on morphological and molecular characterization of tomato. But this is a very interesting presentation by Dr. Ketan. I think these days, a lot of root colonizers are being used for the biological control of insect pest diseases, even, nutrition, plant nutrition, etc. I think probably if you need, you can, keep in touch with him and discuss. Selva Rani, where is she? Dr. Rani, you understand the time given? Okay, good.
Good evening, one and all present here. I'm here to present my part of research work entitled Morphological and Molecular Characterization of Tomato Varieties, Hybrids and its Parents. These are all the contents we are going to cover in this topic. First, introduction about the topic with objectives. Then I will share our methodology which we have followed in field as well as in our lab. Then our experimental results with discussion. Finally, the conclusion. So, introduction, already we have known that tomato is one of the most important solanaceous vegetable, and it contains appreciable quantities of vitamins and minerals. So, based on its nutritious quality, it may also known as poor man's orange. Then coming under varietal characterization, why we are going for characterizing a particular variety for a crop means varietal characterization is much important because this is for mitigating legal claims and confirming the intellectual property rights, and varietal characterization is also important to maintain the genetic purity of a seed lot. So it plays important roles in seed industry and seed trade. Then the Act, Protection of Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights Act, it requires complete and detailed characterization of already existing varieties and hybrids exist in India. So based on the importance of varietal characterization, we have framed the objectives. First one is characterization of tomato varieties using morphological markers. Then many scientists suggested that only the varietal characterization through morphological marker is not sufficient. So we have framed the second objectives, characterization of tomato varieties through microsatellite markers, that means SSRs. So these are all the varieties I have collected from TNAU and IIHR. PKM1, CORTIH3, CLN CORTIH3 is released by our TNAU. Then CLN2123 is the male parent of CORTIH3. HM2 is female parent of the CORTIH3, which is developed by TNAU. Then all ARCA varieties I have collected from Indian Institute of Horticulture, Bangalore. These are all the 9 varieties I have used for my research. Then in methodology, the field experiment and lab experiment I have carried out in Department of Seed Science and Technology, Agriculture College and Research Institute, Madurai. Then actually I have observed for 41 morphological characters. Among that 31 I have taken from National Dust Guidelines, which is available in website plantauthority.government.in. Then the intensity of leaf color in leaves and fruit before maturity, the intensity of green color was assessed by comparing the green color with Pantone matching system. Actually, they are using Royal Society of Horticulture color chart they will use, but it's much costlier, so it is easily available in net, the Pantone color chart. I have used the color comparison, we have used the Pantone matching system color chart. Then these are all the 5 SSRs I have chosen, SSR 108, 304 and TOM 196, which I have chosen from Soul Genomics. Then Lupic and LESR PSPGA, this is I collected from literature Smulger et al. From Tag Journal. So these are all the 5 primers I have used to characterize the tomato varieties. Then this is our PCR programs. Here the PCR programs we have followed. The annealing temperature is we have set for 50 to 56 degrees Celsius according to the primers. Then we have set total cycles for 30 cycles. Then among the 41 morphological characters we observed, 12 were monomorphic and 20 found to be dimorphic, and only 9 characters shows polymorphic. These are all the 12 monomorphic characters, stem, pubescence, nature of stigma, anther color, that all shows monomorphic characters. Then these are all some dimorphic characters. Here you can see the anthocyanin pigment was absent in some varieties and present in some varieties. Then this is presence or absence of abscission layer we can characterize. Then the stigma lobing characters, some variety shows bilobed stigma and multilobed stigma. This is upper third portion, anthocyanin, presence of anthocyanin in upper third portion. So the difference in intensity of seed pubescens. This is one of the polymorphic character. Here you can see the CLN2123 and Arca anania has less seed pubescence, and all other have more dense seed pubescence. And this is difference in cotyledon curvature. Here you can see the PKM1 COTH3, that and all deeply curved cotyledon, but Arca saurab and Arca anania, the cotyledons were upward. So here already I have told the intensity of green color we have compared with the chart. If light green color means we have given the number PMS 364 based on the Pantone matching system, and for medium green color means we have given the number 357. For dark green color the number was 350. So based on the intensity of green color and leaflet serration, the varieties have been characterized. Here you can see the CLN2123 is potato leaves. All other had more serration in leaflets. Then this is intensity of green color before maturity of fruits. Here you can see the PKM1 has the prominent green shoulder and dark green color. All Arca varieties have the intensity of green color was less in all Arca varieties. Then here you can see the longitudinal section and fruit shape. The Arca saurab, this is the only variety have the pointed tip. All other had the flattened end. Only Arca saurab showed pointed tip. And coming under longitudinal section, here you can see some have ovoid shape, and Arca anania has square shape in longitudinal section, and Arca saurab has heart shaped. When you cut for longitudinal section, only Arca saurab shows heart shaped. Then difference in fruit cross section. Here you can see some varieties shows round, and some variety shows not round in fruit cross section. As far as our morphological characters is concerned, CLN2123 is only genotype. It deviates many things from all other varieties, because CLN2123 is the only variety shows absence of anthocyanin pigment and absence of abscissant layer. It shows bilobed stigma and potato leaves. Then Arber 1950, he reported that leaves are the primary precursor of flowers. Here you can see the less serrated leaves produces less number of lobed in flowers. Then coming under molecular characterization, this is our genomic DNA. According to Henry 1990.
Please conclude. Conclude, please.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
Okay. Okay. Next we will see 4 primers produces alleles. So Tom 196 primer. Here we can see presence or absence of band. We can characterize the variety. LESR PSPGA. This is the new findings of our study. Here you can see HN2. This is the female parent of COTH3. This primer can be used to assess the COTH3 female parent seed genetic purity. Then here also Lupig SSR, presence or absence of band, the varieties can be characterized. Then SR304 also, presence or absence of band, the varieties have been characterized. Here our dendrogram result, here you can see the difference between statistical analysis shows dissimilarities in both dendrogram. So this is due to Tansley et al. 2004 already reported that the cultivated tomato varieties will have more phenotypic variation, less genotypic variations, but wild tomatoes will have tremendous genetic variation but less phenotypic variations. So this proves our results. Then this is the key for PKM1 means we can just observe by green shoulder. The specific character for COTH3 means the ribbing at peduncle end will be very weak. For male parent, we can see the less absence of anthocyanin pigment and less seed pubescence, that and all can be characterized. HN2, we identified a new primer, that means LESR PSPGA. It amplified allele at 400 base pairs only in HN2 varieties. Arca ABA, here what protein markers and chemotaxon nickel markers can be used to assess the Arca ABA genotypes. Then for Arca anania and Arca megali, we have characterized based on morphologically. Then our final finding is LESSR PSPGA can be used to assess the female parent of 4TH3, and our results will be further can be used by the breeders, and our results will also useful for to assess the genetic purity of a seed lot. So this is
thank
the
you,
paper.
thank you very much.
Yeah, it's enough.
Actually,
okay. This is the
very nice
paper
presentation. I think you have given references, no? Not necessary to read those things. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think next speaker is Dr. Das Simanta Mohanty. The paper is on effect of seed coloring with natural and artificial dyes on storability of a few crop seeds.
This one. Okay. Good evening, respected chairman, co-chairman, and rapporteur, the August gathering. I am going to present the research finding of the Seed Technology Department, College of Agriculture, OUAT Bhubaneswar. The topic is effect of seed coloring with natural and artificial dyes on storability of few crop seeds. Actually, nowadays, there is necessity of quality seed production, which is necessitated how to maintain the quality of the seeds. And the seed production program became successful when we provide the seeds in the right time, in the right quantity and quality with reasonable rate. But sometimes the seeds which we produce, it may not be used in this season, then it must be kept for the coming season. And for that purpose, we need the quality enhancement. And the private companies, they are keeping the seeds in some specific conditions so that they can use it in next seasons. But here, the quality enhancement is done by different factors, suppose by fortification, pelleting, priming, and here we have taken a noble factor, the seed coloring. The seed coloring, actually it is not a practice in our countries. In few occasions we are going for coloring, but in Western countries, particularly USA, Canada, and some European countries, they are taking the coloring. And seed coloring actually started as a necessity in developed countries to avoid the possibility of accidental use of treated seeds as food or feed. And there are number of merits of the seed coloring. By that, we can improve the seed market, improving the appearance of a lot in case of seed discoloration, enabling brand identification, acting as a visual means of ensuring uniformity of seed treatment, enabling farmers for easy identification varieties based on color, acting as insect and bird repellent, and checking adulteration by giving different colors to different batches of seeds. In India, the coloring is a relatively recent interest, but it is of lesser importance, or even sometimes the scientists are thinking that it is unnecessary and extravagant. The coloring of seeds done artificially dyes or natural coloring pigments. And this coloring is started in some of our research work by Dr. Harinath Babu et al. He has reported that the dyes rhodamine, fuchsine and titan yellow for red gram, and also some scientists they have worked for Bengal gram, maize, and Tonapi et al. They have worked on paddy and soybean. Coloring of seeds with green herbal textile dye and insecticide treatment have been reported.
Dr. Das, please wait to come to
control
results.
rice weevil. So here in this assessment, sir, Dr. Mohanty, S.K. Mohanty. Sir, in this we have taken 10 treatments with artificial dye, 5 artificial dye and 4 natural dyes. And in this we have the seeds after coloring were dried to moisture content below MSCS and stored in cloth bags under ambient conditions for a period of 18 months. Then the observation was taken in monthly interval. The result was the effect on seed moisture content, seed coloring with artificial and natural dyes had little effect on the seed moisture content during storage. Variation among the treatments and in comparison to control was found to be statistically non-significant. The mean seed moisture content was slightly higher in turmeric in 4 of the 5 crops tested. Then effect on seed germinability. Here seed germination among all treatments and in the 5 crop seeds decreased gradually with increase in storage period. Germinability in control was higher in all the 5 crops over 8 months of storage. Among artificial dyes, bromocrystal purple and Congo red and Kumasi brilliant blue proved to have least deleterious effect on germination potential of seeds. Maximum deleterious effect was observed in case of methyl violet and aniline blue. Effect on seed vigor index in comparison to all dye treatment, the control recorded highest seed vigor index 1, which was followed by Kumis brilliant blue. Then low seed vigor index 1 values were recorded in case of suggesting some deleterious effect of the 2 treatments on seed viability maintenance during storage. Then effect on speed was recorded in case of methyl violet followed by beet and Congo red. We have taken beet as a natural dye, beetroot extract. The percent decrease in speed of germination in all the crops was highest in marigold, followed by turmeric. Effect on seed germination after accelerated aging. Here to know the storability period, we have taken the accelerated aging. In comparison to dye treatments, highest germination percentage of accelerated aging was recorded in case of control, clearly indicating some deleterious effect of the treatments on seed quality during storage. And among all the treatment, the artificial dye bromocrystal purple and the natural dye marigold gave good germination after accelerated aging, while aniline blue and methyl violet, the artificial dyes recorded the least germination value. Effect on field emergence. Here in the field emergence, it was shown that the highest field emergence was recorded in case of control because the dye treatments showed a slight deleterious effect on seeds. Among the treatment...
Hello, please conclude.
Yes, sir. Best result was given by marigold, followed by bromocrystal purple. Effect on percent infested seeds. Here, the least insect infestation in all the crops was recorded in case of turmeric, followed by marigold. The treatment which was with turmeric was found to produce significantly lower percentage of insect infestation throughout the storage period. All dye treatments had a slight deleterious effect on storability and performance of seeds as compared to control, though in some cases the differences were statistically non-significant. None of the dyes had any beneficial effect on germination or vigor parameter. Among artificial dyes, least deleterious effect was observed in case of seeds treated with bromocrystal purple. Physiological parameter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next speaker is Dr. P. Kadrivel. Relation flower.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. ICIR, Indian Institute of Oilseed Research, our goal is to improve the productivity of this crop and also so as to help the profitability of the dryland farmers who mostly grow this crop. So in this endeavor, it's a very important crop, not very famous in India at the moment, but if you look at the quality aspects, it is among the edible oils, this has the best polyunsaturated fat acid levels, more than 80%. So in this count, it has excellent opportunity, but unfortunately, the varieties that we have developed so far has low oil content. If we have focused on this, improving this crop for this oil, probably the food industry will be more interested to come forward to increase the production of this crop. So with this background, 4 years ago, there was an international cornflower conference which identified we need to breed high oil safflower varieties for India. So that was a priority identified. If you look at it, at the moment, our varieties have about 30% oil. If we can increase to 40%, definitely it is going to contribute more oil yield. So currently, we focus to improve seed yield as well as the oil content simultaneously to achieve this goal. But oil content is a very complex trait. And breeding for oil is also a challenging one because it is influenced by several factors, genetic, physical, physiological, and biochemical. And again, the environment, it influences the total seed oil in the plant. So as a breeder, we need to know what traits are important for us to focus on so that we come up with a variety with the better oil yield. So in that count, we did a small experiment to analyze the relationship of the seed traits so that we find out a combination of traits that helps for selecting progenies with the better oil yield potential. So we had about 60 germplasm with a good trait variation and studied different seed traits, seed size, test weight, hull content, and physiological traits and biochemical traits, how these traits are related so that we get a combination of traits for our selection purpose. And we used simple breeding techniques, correlation measures. And we can see, the material what we had, there's an excellent variation for seed traits, particularly seed size, hull content, test weight, and so on, and oil content. So we have a range of 30 to 40% oil in our germplasm. So it gives hope that, okay, we can come up with varieties with better oil content as well as the oil yield. And when you look at the relationships, seed size, hull content, test weight, and all, they are all negatively associated with oil content. So that is the relationship is very important for us to know before we start the breeding program. And physiological traits had only weak correlation with them. So this is the message I would like to convey. When we look at breeding for oil content, so we need the relationships. What we found was the hull type and the oleic acid was positively associated with the oil, and the hull content, test weight, and linoleic acid were negatively associated with the oil. So these traits relationship helps us to plan our work. And this is another aspect that we look at in a more academic point of view. Trait correlation that we observe in germplasm sometimes might perhaps be incidental if our germplasm set is not adequately representing the variation. So such correlations has to be carefully and cautiously approached. For example, we have put here hull types. The germplasm does not have continuous variation. It has a qualitative type of distribution. Sometimes that will affect the relationship. So we wanted to validate such correlations in a segregating populations where we found the striped hull was clearly associated with the high oil content. So this particular trait has already been integrated in breeding programs by globally different breeders. And the hull has been a very important trait for us to work on to improve the oil. But unfortunately, there is always a trade-off between the oil content and the seed yield. So when we reduce the hull content, the oil content increases, but the seed yield goes down. So this is how the correlated traits have been exploited for breeding. But I feel it is important to know or identify some component traits that would be very useful without much affecting the other traits. So in this context, at our institute, we are strengthening the genetics component of this crop, especially to breed high oil varieties. This is a simple piece of work which I would like to share with you, and thank you for the opportunity given to us.
Thank you very much for sticking. I think you have another 1.5 minute time. But anyway, we will just take this time to some other speaker. So thank you for nice presentation. Next presentation is on Dr. Madhav, harnessing genetic tools for assessment of seed vigor and other important seed traits in rice.
Respected Chairman and Co-Chairman and delegates. Other countries where, I'm talking about only the many of the people know, it is a physiological characteristics of the seed that control ability to germinate rapidly in the soil tolerate mostly negative environmental factors. So according to ISTA, it is properties that determine the level of activities of seed that during germination process. Generally, it is determined by physical tests, physiological tests, and biochemical tests. But with markers, with the genomic tools like the molecular markers, can we predict the vigor? That is the topic of today. This is the work we did in collaboration with PGS-TUU from last, I think, 4 years. 2 of MSc students work this is. So this is important. Vigor is important because it is important for the good seed establishment, and direct seeded rice now it is going, increasing day by day. And also aerobic rice is coming in the long way. So there, the early seedling vigor is the better option, the selection for after that if any agronomic traits like yield and other things are selected later, it will be useful. So there is large number of QTLs are reported for the vigor traits like coleoptile length, germination index, germination rate, shoot length, fresh shoot weight, dry shoot weight, tilde number, and so on, and root fresh weight and root dry weight also. But they are directly or indirectly contribute to the seed vigor. The determination of the QTLs and the number, the location, and the magnitude effect of these QTLs with the SSR linkage will give really elucidate the genetic basis of this seed vigor. But I mean, identification of QTLs for each parents, I mean, two parents, it will be a very tough task. So what we did is that we did kind of a different strategy. We already taken some of the reported QTLs, and we assessed into the some of the genotypes, like 47 rice genotypes we were taken, and we profiled those reported QTLs, whether they have or not, and then we associated with the traits like germination rate, germination percentage, and germination index, and those are with laboratory conditions. So what we taken is that we have taken the linked markers and as well as the markers in between those QTLs, and then saw their association with the seed vigor. So these are the QTLs which we selected. Like you can see here, there are 6 QTLs, very important QTLs. Their phenotypic percentages you can see here, they are 68%. Lowest was 14, and most of them are the parents of Japonica. Of course, one parent, one case, some cases it is Indica. So these are the important QTLs which we selected based on from the literature. And then we saw in the 47 genotypes, and you can see here, the results are here. The Dinesh, the variety, which is a lowland variety, of course, has 1, 2, 3 QTLs, and then Pooja has 2 QTLs. Pooja has 2 QTLs, and Sabita has another 2 QTLs. So what we can say from here, that's an important QTL like GR1, that is the germination rate, which has, of course, there are 12 genotypes have this QTL, and including Dinesh. And the germination percentage, again, this is another QTL Dinesh has. And then this is a coleoptile emergence under flooded condition. I mean, that is like a, challenge conditions. And this is under drained soil treatment. And this is seedling height and more number of QTLs, and Pooja and Sabita. So these are very good for the vigor. I mean, of course, they are also vigor, they are correlated with the vigor test. And then we have also identified some of the markers which are high association. You can see here, the marker which is high association is around 81.25. And another marker we have 20608. So these markers can be used directly, I mean, without doing much, which can be used in a marketed selection. So, I mean, this kind of work, not only in the rice, it is even done in a wheat also. This is one paper, latest paper I have taken, genomic regions in embryo size and early vigor in multiple wheat populations. And the second piece of work is that for the vigor, there is always correlation with the root rates also. Can we see the root rates? Can we have any markers which can tell about the root biomass or this thing? So that work also we have taken. Again, we have taken, this is in relation to the vigor. So vigor traits are seen biochemically and all those things. And then we have seen the correlation with the root rates with the vigor. So here we have taken 50 reported QTLs to root rates and with 46 germplasm. So these are the QTLs you can see here: similar root length, root penetration, some of the advantages, root lengths and root penetration, root thickness. All the phenotypic percentages are very big. So these are, the recent QTLs. These are recently reported QTLs. So this is the, just I kept a one gel picture to tell you how we did. This is, you can see IR64 is a negative control and Azucena is a positive control. So wherever we have a positive control marker allele to the Azucena, that we consider as a positive for that marker, and that is also. So these results here, the Morobroken has 9 QTLs of and we held on to Dinesh has the QTLs for the root traits as well as for the vigor QTLs, like high vigorous genotypes like Jaldi. To take to the consideration of coleoptal length and elongated mesocuteal, other QTLs also play. But some of the median QTLs we have found 1 or 2 QTLs. So these results are shown somewhat that root QTL supports some kind. It's not all, but sometimes also gives a vigor. And coming to the, this is a general slide. Coming to this, I dealt with this seed traits now, and now I'm going to the cultivar identification. Of course, this is I'm not going to do much about. This is a very general one. Markers are used for the DNA fingerprinting for the varieties and hybrids. So this is, of course, this is a hybrid. This is with markers with microsatellite markers. So you can see here, this is this line, and this is a hybrid line. This is your CMS line. This is a restorer line. This is a hybrid line. Like this, we have fingerprinted for the many of the hybrids.
Please conclude.
Okay. So many of the hybrids. So because in the hybrids, the purity is a very important issue. So we have also developed a method for development, rapidly do the purity assays. So, and also we have developed a markers for a CMS line. This is with the help of my colleague.
Sheshu Madhav. I think this is unrelated. I think the first part of your presentation is very good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm going to the last part. What are the advances in the genomics for the seed traits? We also developed markers for the kernel length. I mean, that is a seed size, that is the physical features based on the GS3s. And this is a single SNP. Based on that, we developed a functional markers. And this is validated in many of the populations and published in the papers. And now we are into the whole genome association studies, sir, with using many SNP markers. So this is another work which we started.
Why don't you conclude?
Yeah, I'm concluding.
See, your first presentation, according to your title, is only to relate the seed vigor.
Yeah.
With some of the, I mean, you know, the
sir, I'm concluding, sir.
Plant traits,
yeah.
root and germination and other things. That's very good, actually. You conclude.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'll take half a minute for this pre-harvest protein, sir. Just we started here with the using of mutants, which we have 10,500, which using with the CCMB collaboration we are doing for the tilling and all. Of course, these are all, I mean, this kind of work which we want to do right now, we are starting on like rhabdopsis with the transcriptome in the different stages. So that's what my conclusion is, that we are working towards on understanding the seed vigor and more in a whole genome assays. Thanking you, sir.
So next speaker is Dr. Basava Gowda, Impact of Seed Village Program on Quality Seed and Agriculture Productivity in Northeastern Karnataka.
Move here only, na? That's all, na? Not moving. Okay. Respected Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, sir, distinguished participants. My topic is actually how seed village program can be effectively used to enhance the seed replacement rate, especially VRR, varietal replacement rate. This is a case study of a US Raichur. I want to present this one. As you know, actually, quality seed is one of the important component in agriculture, actually. I already discussed during the previous, this one actually. With the use of the quality seeds and along with other technologies, we can enhance up to 40% of the yield, actually. But if you take the statistics, actually, total requirement about 80% of the seed is from the farmers to farmers and also informal sector actually. Now whatever the schemes and all actually we are concentrating morely on the 20% from the private sector and public sectors actually. There is a need to concentrate on the 80% of the seed where you are getting from especially OPV seeds actually. With this actually Government of India they introduced a novel scheme called as a seed village scheme actually. The idea is actually to make the farmers sustainable at the requirement of the seeds at a village level actually. The main actually there we can select the group of farmers to train the farmers and supply the required foundation seed and make available at a village level. With this actually we implemented a scheme at US Raichur. The scheme is implemented at a US Raichur, that is a third agriculture university in northeastern Karnataka, this one actually. We selected every year actually we used to select around 5,000 farmers in 6 districts actually. We supplied all the new varieties of the foundation seeds and trained the farmers to produce the basic seed required and certified seed required by the local level actually. And here what we did actually, in addition to the supply of the foundation seed, we given the training at a village level itself actually to make the farmers sustainable for production of the quality seeds. These are the different trainings given in this one at a village level. This is the impact actually. TS3R, that a wilt resistant new variety, green gram BGS9, groundnut and all. We used to cover around 30 to 40% area under the new varieties of the groundnut under actually. That is the area, and also quantum of that also impact on the quality seed produced actually. Actually, you produce around 26,000. 26,000 farmers are covered actually within the span of 5 years actually. Around more than 1 lakh quintals of production in a yield actually. This is actually different varieties of TS3R, that paddy, Gangavati Sona, that are GGV 0501. Then our BGS9, that is a most BGS, green gram variety is popular during the addition, and also you can find the additional benefit of 20 to 25% from the use of the quality seeds at a village level. Here actually some of this I want to discuss actually. The scheme is very good actually. The major demerits of this scheme is actually, here we are concentrating on 50 to 150 farmers. The farmers need not produce all the farmers, we need not train the farmers. We can select the farmers on 10 to 20 farmers, a trained farmer or 10 plus 2 graduates, students. We can train them actually to produce the seed, need not 50 to 100 farmers. Only 5 to 10 farmers or unemployed youths can be selected in each village. Second one is actually, we need not create the infrastructure at a seed village itself actually. We can link to the nearest research station for processing and custom seed testing and all, that can be exploited. Third one is actually, we can link the other schemes also. Instead of providing subsidy to the farmers actually, we can encourage the farmer to produce sustainable seeds at a village level. This is in a long run actually, we can promote the VRR. Thereby we can increase the new movement of new varieties actually. Second one is actually, third one, this can be subsidy. You can already last sessions also they discussed how subsidies can be misutilized also. Instead of that, that can be transferred directly to the farmers actually. Thereby we can increase the varietal replacement rate, and also we can make the farmers self-sustainable for the quality seeds, and also whatever the scientists involved in actually, they can go to villages, interact with the farmers, they can discuss with the problems, thereby they can take the research work on the whatever the need is required actually. Thereby this village scheme can be made as a model scheme to promote the VRR and also SRR of a variety, especially new varieties. Thank you, sir.
Very much. I think still you have another 1 hour 49 seconds. But anyway, we'll move on to next speaker. Dr. K.C. Gagre, alternate planting window for pearl millet hybrid seed production.
Gagre, Gagare. Good evening, respected chairman, co-chairman and delegates. Myself, Dr. K.C. Gagre, presenting oral presentation on planting windows for per millet hybrid production for Maharashtra condition. This research is conducted at Seed Technology Research Unit, Seed Cell Unit, Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapit, Rahuri. In Maharashtra during Kharif season, maintenance of isolation distance is a major obstacle for hybrid seed production of per millet. In view to find out the alternate planting window for hybrid seed production of per millet, an experiment was conducted at Seed Technology Research Unit, MPQ Rahuri. The main aim was to analyze the different aspects of seed technology hybrid seed per millet during regular, that is in Kharif, and in off season in summer, and to suggest a appropriate planting window for synchronization of parental lines in changing climate scenario by hybrid seed production. For this study, sir, we select a per millet hybrid variety Shanti and sown with a female parent RHRB 13A with a male parent RHRBI 1314 at fortnightly starting from 1st June across the year. From the table, it was revealed that while comparing that is the hybrid seed yield parameter, mainly seed yield quintal per hectare was 8 quintal with 100% setting in regular Kharif, while it is around 7 quintal in off season. The other parameter, mainly 100 seed weight, seed year per plant and yield per plot, were also superior in regular Kharif season than in summer season. The quality parameter, mainly germination, dry matter content, root shoot length, vigor index, were also superior in regular Kharif than the summer season. The fortnightly sowing throughout the year for adoption of planting window for hybrid seed production revealed that flowering traits and other characters do not show any significant difference affected due to climatic condition across the year. However, the setting percentage undertaking from 1st June to 15 July were higher seed setting and more germination. The sowing from 15 June to February sowing had higher germination and seed setting percentage. From the study, the disease, insect, pest, and bird damage across the year showed the disease and insect pest infestation was below economic threshold level, and the parental lines of per millet Shanti sown in the month of June, July and January, February. The sowing done in the month of August affected insect pest, namely aphids, thrips, hoppers and stem borer, while the disease Helminthosporium leaf spot, ergot, alternaria, blight and rust. The bird damage was more maximum after August sowing. From this, it is concluded that the problem of isolation distance can be avoided by taking hybrid seed production in off-season summer from 15 January to February. The yield and quality seed from those dates had at par result with normal sowing of 1st June to 15 July during Kharif season. Thank you, sir.
More paper, na?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Please continue that.
Okay, sir.
Both you have finished?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think next we will move on to G.V. Ramanjaneyulu, Open Source Seed Systems India. ఇంకనే సార్ ఇక్కడ 2, 3, 4, 5 దగ్గరికి వచ్చింది పర్లేదు అయిపోతుంది. G.V. Ramanjaneyulu, he has not come? 2 minutes అన్నా. ఎవరు నువ్వు ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నావా?
respected Siddiqui Garu, Rajareddy Garu, and audience. This is our experience working on a community managed seed systems, particularly in a situation where we are moving towards exclusive rights regime in seed systems. We are trying to work on an open source seed systems. We are working in collaboration with various universities across the world. Wisconsin University was the main university which started this initiative, and then we are trying to collaborate with others in Germany and other areas to build a system where seed systems can be built without anyone having exclusive rights in that. I'll share my experiences with that. From yesterday's newspaper, this is the data from yesterday's newspaper. Much of the seed industry is concentrated in Telangana. This is the status of the farmers in Telangana. These are the photographs of the farmers we have taken in various occasions across the Telangana. So just building a seed industry is not sufficient to solve the problems of the farmers. We need to have a kind of seed system which can meet the needs of the farmers, and that seed system also should create a model where appropriate cropping systems can be promoted. Today, if you see, near about 54% of the cropped area across the country is just in the 4 crops. And in Telangana, if you see, near about 60-70% is just into the hands of the 2-3 crops, and which seed companies have an interest. So today, the cropping systems are driven by what seed companies are interested. So a technology and cropping systems, a technology and a crops are all driven by what seed companies want. So to have a vibrant and sustainable seed systems, we need to have a better and community driven seed systems. So in an attempt to try that, we tried community managed seed systems and then moving on to the open source seed system. This is another side of the story. Telangana, where the farmers produce the seeds. The farmers are also not very happy. This year you might have seen the cotton seed farmers from Gadwal area, where there was a huge losses farmers bear. So the benefits which the seed industry it should not be trusted onto the few people who are weak in the chain. And one more point which we are facing is the monoculture because of the few crops, and the new technologies like GM, when they come in, the monoculture has led to a situation where we have a monoculture of genes, just few genes trying to control pests across the crops kind of thing. So to have a better sustainable production systems, one attempt we are trying to make is in crops where there's not much of seed industry presence, particularly in the open pollinated varieties and also into the non-GM crops. And how to promote agrodiversity? We are trying to create an open source seed systems. Here, the open source seed systems, what we mean is to create and facilitate a process where freedom of access to use plant genetic material, it will be available to everyone, and at the same time it prohibits the exclusive rights for anyone in the chain. So that's something which we are trying out, and we are working with several farmer breeders also, not institutional breeders as of now. We are working with several farmer breeders across the country, trying to also talk to the institutions to introduce the similar kind of system. One of the attempts we are trying to make is to create material transfer agreements and technology use agreements, which can regulate the mechanism where exclusive rights can be prevented. The vision is to have a protected commons where the decisions can be taken very democratically, and free and fair exchange of knowledge and plant genetic material can happen. Today, there's the fear even for the farmers' varieties to be shared with the research. We have several examples where when the farmers' varieties are collected and then appropriated by the industry and also in the public sector institutions. So we are trying to create this system. So freedom of access means anyone committing to open source seed agreement, it will be basically controlled by agreements, contractual agreements. Anyone committing to open source seed agreement receives the freedom to access and use the material under the material transfer agreements. And based on the experiences both in the US, Germany, and our own experiences, we feel this will help to prevent and impede the biopiracy and use of farmers-derived genetic resources in the proprietary breeding, and further development of GMOs, particularly where exclusive rights are taken on the plant material in the name of genetic engineering. Though India doesn't honor exclusive rights on plant material, GMOs is one way where there is an exclusive rights coming in. We have seen the BT cotton experience. So the whole institutional systems are, we have 4 different networks which are working on this. Farmers who are working on conservation and revival and characterization of traditional varieties. So the idea is in different situations we are collecting the value for cultivation and use data across the country. We are also working with farmers on the participatory plant breeding to improvise the varieties. We also have farmer breeders who are working on that. Some of the traditional varieties which have real value in the market but have degenerated, we are trying to do maintenance breeding and then get back to market. And then we work with farmers cooperatives which produce and market the seeds. This is the thing which we are trying out. And the material transfer agreement specifies 3 things. One is the clear acknowledgement of the source and keep newer variety also as an open source. So if one of these varieties used as in the breeding, that also has to be kept in the open source. And end user license agreements with the farmers is that they can use it freely. And if they are getting into commercial seed production, 1 to 2% based on the different crops, 1 to 2% will be shared. Discuss with the government, particularly ICR and Government of India, where the open source clauses can come into the PVPFR and other legislations, so that public sector varieties and the germplasm which is within the public sector can be easily be used by everyone. Today, if it gets into the hands of the people and gets into the exclusive rights, then the access is closed. So to have it more open access to the people, we are trying out this one. We'll be very happy if this is a network which we have as of now. We have few breeders who are doing this, and we also some of the farmers organizations across the country. If any scientists are interested to know more about it or to be part of this initiative, we welcome. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ramanjanayal garu. So next speaker is Dr. P. Sujata. Seed storability enhancement studies through polymer coating and synthetic antioxidants in soybean.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. P. Sujata. I am going to give presentation on this seed storability enhancement through polymer coating and chemical antioxidants in soybean. And this is soybean crop is, as it is called as golden crop. But its rate can be reduced by so many means. This aging may lead to the decline in the physiological function, accumulation of diverse adverse changes, and increases the probability of death. Among the several theories that manages the the rate of decrease of this process of this one, oxidative stress or free radical theory is the most important theory that mostly decides the storability. We can see here reactive oxygen species are generated during seed desiccation, germination as well as during aging, which is leading to the oxidative stress and leads to the cellular damage resulting in the seed deterioration. Our most of the concentration should be at this point to cut short the oxidative stress. This is also based on this objective. We can see, so there are so many ways to against this free radical control. That is array of protective enzymes that are basically present within the seed, and another approach is non-enzymatic compounds like glutathione, vitamin C and E, and other approaches can also be followed. Among that, we have a choice of non-enzymatic products to improve the storability enhancement. Through this process, we have framed an experiment by providing externally antioxidants so that storability can be enhanced. In this experiment was organized in the Department of Seed Science and Technology in order to reduce the oxidative damage during Rabi season 2014 with the most popular variety JS335. These are the experimental details. That is polymer coating material. We used green polymer at the rate of 5 grams per kg seed, and for slurry preparation we used 1 gram of water. Antioxidants 4 types: ascorbic acid, beta carotene, reduced glutathione and alpha carotene and alpha tocopherol. And we want to standardize the doses also. We got 3 types of concentrations: 100 ppm, 300 and 500. Packing was done with the airtight container in the design of completely randomized design. So before actually going into the results part, just I want to share some of the important aspects of the polymer. As we all know, polymer also helps the modulating the on the seed through film coating. These are some of the important easily water soluble, and it covers better and improves the seed to seed distribution also. Better once treated, it also as well as slow releasing, and it is
coconut water or 3% custard apple leaf extract or 5% panchagavya for 16 hours, we can able to enhance the seed quality. And combination of organics, that is 50% FIM plus 50% vermicompost coupled with foliar application of 3% panchagavya at 2 stages, that is 12 and 18 days after sowing in the nursery. So we can able to provide a sufficient nutrient level, both major as well as micronutrients in the nursery for production of elite seedlings. And coming to the management of the nutrient in the main crop, seed crop, that is combined application of 37.5% FIM plus 37.5% of vermicompost and 25% of neem cake and spraying of panchagavya at 4 stages, we can able to realize better yield, which is on par with inorganic treatment. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Speaker is Dr. M.V.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, participants and fellow colleagues, good evening to all. The topic on which I am going to present is enhancing the oilseeds productivity in Telangana state through quality seed production, present status and future strategies. Vegetable oils are critical for nutrition, energy and economy of the country, and the importance of the oil seeds and the expansion of oil seeds area in the nation's perspective has been clearly explained today's morning session by Dr. K.S. Prasad in his address. So I will give additional information with regard to the imports as well as the challenges to be dealt by increasing the productivity of oil seeds in our country, because India is one among the largest oilseeds economy in the world after China, America, and Brazil and Argentina. So India accounts for about 13% of the gross cropped area in our country, with 3% of gross national product and 10% of the value of agricultural products. In our country, the crops, oilseed crops are grown in about 27 million hectares with a production of 29.38 million tons and a productivity of 1,077 kg per hectare. Despite having the largest area under oilseeds in the world, India currently imports about the 53% of total oil requirement from different countries at an exchequer of rupees 56,907 crores. So this proportion of imports of oils has been increased from a meager 3% in 1970-71 to almost 53% in 2013-14. And this domestic demand for the vegetable oils in our country is rising rapidly because of the increase in standard of living, increase in the per capita income, and change in lifestyle. So because of all these reasons, the demand for the oils, vegetable oils has been increasing every year. So the demand is increasing at the rate of 5%, whereas our output is only 2% every year. So if we see here in the table, the trends in vegetable oils production, imports and per capita consumption, and as well as the self-sufficiency over the past 5 years, it is only 50% is meeting by the country and necessitating to equal proportion through imports to meet the country's requirements. So it's a huge challenge to the nation for enhancing the production of oilseeds in India, to minimize the burden of imports of oils and to offset the drain of exchequer of the nation. On the other side of export front, from oil seeds, oil meals and oils, there is immense contribution from the oil seeds through export earnings to an extent of 26,000 crores of rupees. So particularly through oil mills as well as the import of confectionery groundnut, sesame as well as the castor oil, all these have been contributing for the export earnings and getting an income of 26,000 crores of rupees to the country. So on one side, to meet the self-sufficiency for the increasing demand for the oils, and on the other side, to increase our export earnings. So certainly we need to improve the productivity as well as the production of oilseeds in our country. So coming to the perspective on the Telangana, in Telangana, particularly oilseeds are cultivated in about 3 lakh hectares every year, and among these oilseed crops, groundnut and castor, these are the two major crops contributing about 80 to 85% of the total area. And in groundnut particularly, it is growing in Rabi situation in Mehboob-Nagar, Warangal and Karimnagar district in an area of 1,20,000 to 1,50,000 hectares with a productivity of 1,600 kg per hectare. This productivity is considerably high when compared to the national average, which is 1,300 kg per hectare, and mainly because of the several interventions like the suitability of soil types, and one important factor that is contributing for higher productivity of groundnut in our state is the provision of subsidy scheme.
Dr. Nagesh, you have, spent the maximum of your time on introduction itself.
Yeah.
But you come to the point actually,
yes, sir.
how you increase the productivity by using the improved.
Yeah, I will, in next slide I will explain, sir.
Please, you should have come straight away there. Please go ahead.
So one of the key inputs in timely availability of good quality seed is important for the improving the productivity as well as the production of oilseeds in our state. And this is the status of seed production in groundnut and castor in our state. There are 3 research stations, Kadri, Tirupati and Jagital are the main centers have been worked for the research on the development of yielding varieties and the improved crop production technology. And with the efforts from these research stations, these are the 3 varieties, Kadri 6, Kadri 9 and Dharani are the very popular varieties at the moment. And every year, these 3 in Kadri as well as Warangal, Palam and Jagital have been contributing about 3,000 quintals of breeder seed for further seed production chain system, as well as because of the standard seed production procedures. In Mehboob-Nagar district alone, there is about 10,000 hectares of seed production of castor groundnut is being taken up every year by the farmers. And apart from groundnut, another important crop that is castor, Palam is the main center, and we have developed 2 varieties, 2 hybrids, species 111 and species 222. And every year, the seed production of these 2 hybrids has been being taken up at an area of 50 hectares and producing 500 quintals of seed. This is the status at the in our university with regard to the breeder seed production as well as the certified hybrid seed production of these 2 crops. And coming to the challenges in groundnut seed production are one is the lack of self-sufficiency in groundnut seed, because though groundnut is an important rabi crop in Telangana, the most of the seed requirement for the other districts like Anantapur, then Kadapa and Kurnool has been met from the seed produced from Mehboob-Nagar district. So to achieve the self-sufficiency both from the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh states, we need to improve the production of groundnut in our state. And the second thing, most important factor is the incidence of soil-borne diseases, which is hampering the groundnut seed production in our state. And another important factor is the timing of irrigation as well as the number of irrigations through the sprinkler irrigations, which is a major challenge in groundnut seed production. These are the 3 important challenges. Whereas in castor, the maintenance of female to male sex expression is one of the important aspects which need to be addressed at each level. And the wilt resistance, which has to be maintained by screening the parents before the seed production chain, before the entering the parents into the seed production chain. And development of diverse pistillate and stable and pistillate lines is another, and potential male combiners is another important challenge. So this is the projected seed requirement of groundnut and castor for Telangana. These are the areas with regard to the castor and groundnut. Pertaining to the breeder seed, the resuscitations both at Palem as well as Jagityal and Warangal are contributing to the breeder seed of groundnut, whereas the major gap is in the foundation as well as the certified seed. So one important intervention here is that due to the lack of sufficient trained staff and due to the lack of sufficient storage facilities, these are the two important factors. That's why we could not able to meet the foundation and certified seed requirements to the targeted quantities. So these two problems, one is the trained staff and the storage facilities. And at the moment, sir, we have 23 polytechnic colleges where every year about 1,000 students are coming out. So these students can be better utilized for including the seed production system by recruiting them as a seed production assistants. This is one aspect I would like to mention. Next is regarding the future strategies for groundnut seed production. One is the strengthening the rolling plan for targeted seed production and aflatoxin-free groundnut seed and development of cost-effective.
Can you conclude, please? Please conclude.
Yes, sir. One minute, sir, only. These are the 6 strategies I mentioned for improving the groundnut seed production system in our state. Another is a major important factor is the lack of availability of small farm equipment, which should be made available to the small and marginal farmers on custom hiring basis, and season-bound training programs to the farmers and seed production in charges before the start of the season, so that they can be well aware of the morphology as well as other practices during the seed production. And regarding the castor seed production, these are the important strategies. One is the maintenance of stable wilt resistance by screening the parents before entering to the seed chain. Then seed production under drip irrigation, which have given very good results by giving an yield potential of 9 quintals of seed yield per acre in our experiments. Then Rabi castor, because of the constraint in Kharif castor, that is botrytis, we have very good technology for Rabi castor with an yield potential of 10 to 12 quintals, so that in this way, through promotion of Rabi castor.
Please, can you, is it over?
Okay, sir. Over, sir. And expansion of castor seed production in new niches also need to be identified. Finally,
okay, thank you.
I conclude that there is an urgent requirement to launch a special mission on oil seeds with greater accountability and commitment to boost the domestic production of vegetable oils in the country and thus minimize the dependency of imports. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. Next and last speaker, Dr. C.V. Samir Kumar. Crop-specific traits of PGNP and their implications in seed production.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Padma Shri Siddiki Garu, Rajareddy Garu, Praveen Rao Garu, and ladies and gentlemen. In my presentation, I will be highlighting how to enhance productivity of PGNP by the development of eco-region specific varieties for different agroecologies of India. You see, we are cultivating PGNP in nearly 50 lakh hectares, and India accounts for 40 lakh hectares, followed by Myanmar in 6 lakh hectares. And recently, for the last 10 years, there is tremendous amount, increase of area in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Malawi, and Mozambique from 2 lakh hectares to 10 lakh hectares. Basically, some companies around the globe are going there and importing and producing PGNP and importing to India. And apart from that, PGNP is a staple crop for African countries. You see one slide, this is the one which are seeing in social media, particularly WhatsApp. They are saying that this is the new recommendation by the doctor for PGNP, have one PGNP seed in the morning breakfast and afternoon 2 and in the night 1 more. So owing to the fact that the rate has reached to 200 rupees, we can enlist number of factors like non-availability of quality seed, non-adoption of package of practices, lack of proper seed system, biotic and abiotic construct. But I believe that as a researcher, still we have to do a lot of genetic enhancement. In ICRISAT and across the globe, particularly in NBPGR, we are conserving 13,700 germplasm lines, and we have 33 wild species with 555 accessions. And at the same time, as a breeder, we researchers could not exploit the genetic enhancement which is available in this particular crop. You can simply see that for a researcher, it provides a tremendous amount of variability in terms of days to flower, days to maturity, plant height, number of primaries, number of secondaries, 100 seed weight, and number of seeds per pod, and total number of parts per plant. So that tremendous amount of variability we are unable to exploit. As a consequence of that, apart from that, there is one more important factor which I have put the title as crop-specific traits in this particular crop. There are issues like perennability, photoperiod and thermoperiod sensitivity, as well as flowering and growth habit, plant type and growth habit, number of factors are there. To a farmer or any Department of Agriculture officer, you can see the slide. If you take the variety LRG41 or Asha or Maruti, if you sow in the month of June, if you sow in the month of September, if you sow in the month of October, there is tremendous variation in the growth. That is called as agronomic dwarfing. That's why we are not recommending any Rabi PGNP because of lower yields, because of agronomic dwarfing. But at the same time, nowadays the price is nearly touching 80 rupees to the farmers. If you see for the last 10 years, or for the last 20 to 30 years, the rate which has come to the farmer is in the year 2008, when the dal prices have gone up to 100 rupees, was 55 rupees. That was the highest price. Now last year it touched 8 rupees. Under these circumstances, we can recommend Rabi PGNP because we can get 6 to 8 quintals under irrigation. Otherwise, Rabi PGNP is not economical. And apart from that, this is a complicated crop. As I said, we are breeding for 3 duration groups. Early duration group, particularly in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and parts of Uttar Pradesh, where PGNP is followed by wheat cropping system is followed. And medium duration, the medium duration ranges from 130 days to 180 days in states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, Odisha, and long duration of course in Bihar and parts of Uttar Pradesh. Here I want soils, there we require 130 days duration variety. In other districts of Telangana, there are sandy loams with somewhat better types than chalka soils. There we require 150 days duration varieties. And we have deep black soils like Tandur, Rangareddy and other areas like Adilabad, where we did a lot of experiments with the hybrids. There they have potential of exploiting the hybrid with very good yields. So it is nothing but breeding the varieties and developing the varieties in the context of climate change. Here I am proud to say that Professor Jaishankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, in collaboration with the ICRISAT and Department of Agriculture, this year October we have released 3 varieties. One is PRG 176, that is for chalka soils. Another one is ICPL 332WR from Tandur, that is for sandy loams. Another one is ICPS 2740 hybrid, that's for deep black soil situations of Telangana. So such a climate resilient varieties and climate smart varieties are required to enhance the productivity in this particular crop. Apart from that, we have a number of approaches, just highlight only 1 or 2. Here you can see super early. Now we can visualize the PGNP for less than 100 days. If you see any other PGNP variety, for example, LRG41, LRG30, Asha or Maruti, if you go for sowing in the month of January, it waits up to October for induction of foliage and initiation of flowering. That is, we call it as photosensitivity. But these super early varieties, there is no photosensitivity and they are 100% day neutral and photoinsensitive, and this can be cultivated any part of the year, and we have appreciable amount of seed size in these particular varieties. Now we are trying to expand these varieties, particularly we tried this year in RRS Warangal, and we hope that this will fit in varied cropping systems across the globe, particularly in Telangana state. Apart from that, we are building for high protein vegetable types, now you are seeing in the market. Apart from that, I can say that this is often cross-pollinated crop, but we have one trait that is called as Clistogamous trait, which makes the crop completely self-fertilized And we have developed some varieties, and we will be sharing with State Agriculture University in due course. Here the crop completely behaves as a self-pollinated crop. That is one of the beauty of this particular crop. Though often cross-pollinated, in this particular slide, you can see that just like in corn, just like in sunflower, just like in palm millet, just like in sorghum, this is the first legume where we could exploit the hybrid technology. We searched Seriaceous, Scarabaedes, Lineatus, Platycarpus, like that A1 to A7 cytoplasms, but we could commercially exploit now A4 cytoplasm, and we have released 2671 hybrid from Madhya Pradesh, 3762 from Odisha, and 2740 from Telangana, and a number of hybrids are in pipeline. Apart from that, for a private company, we have approaches in hybrid breeding like new cymasaurs, because maize, there is a classical example of homogeneity of cytoplasm leading to breakdown for diseases. We are in the process of developing new cytoplasm sources. Apart from that, for facilitation ease in roguing, we are developing some of the parental lines, by seeing which we can easily identify the A line and B line as well as the hybrid. Just I want to mention that we do have a perfect stable technology for hybrid breeding. We have heterotic hybrid combinations, and we have hybrids in pipeline for different durations in super early as well as medium and late. And we have the technology by selecting the parental lines, how best we can produce the heterotic hybrids. And similar to other crops, there is a need for maintenance breeding and seed production. This is the big challenge for us, and I can proudly say that with the help of Telangana State Seed Development Corporation as well as AP State Seed Development Corporation, Mahabij and other states, we could produce 657 tons of hybrid seed in the 2013 and 507 tons of hybrids in 2014. And we have developed a standardized seed production technology. There were issues, there were challenges in the seed production earlier, not now. We have a stable seed production technology. This is the gist. We have harvested in different states per acre ranging from 6 quintals to nearly 1.2. So we have different genomic approaches, markers building approaches, and we have developed the hybrid purity assessment kits, which is a crux for any hybrid, and we have SSR markers for that. Apart from that, we have marker state selection approaches like NAM and MAGIC approaches, which are followed in rice. And we are in the process of developing two-line breeding system, which is followed in castor as well as rice. Of course, in rice, we are doing it China. We are in the process of developing two-line breeding system, where there is no need for ABR 3 lines. We will be having two-line breeding system maybe after 5 to 10 years. And this is my final slide. We think that pigeon pea is meant for only dal. But across the globe, you can see in the US market, you can find the canned pigeon pea in the brine solution in the supermarkets. Like that, it is used for preparation of wine, preparation of a number of snacked foods at the same time, preparation of, it has a lot of medicinal properties, like anti-cholestorogenic properties, anti-cancer properties. Those are exploited throughout the world. With this, I conclude. I thank the organizers of Department of Agriculture as well as PJT SAU for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Samir. I think we have come to an end. There were 13 presentations covering various aspects like seed priming and also the biological seed treatment and characterization, dust characterization, and seed coloring with natural and artificial dyes, and seed physiological, biochemical traits with oil content in sunflower. And a number of good papers were presented, some of particularly the impact of seed village program on quality seed, particularly with respect to the state of the Karnataka, and alternate planting window for pearl millet in the context of the climate change, and open source seed systems and seed storability work of the soybean, which is a very important crop of the state of Telangana. And another important aspect is organic seed production in paddy, and last two papers, one is on oil seeds, how to enhance the productivity of the oil seeds, and pulses through quality seed production. So these were the papers presented. I think all of them little more or less within the time. I think at least we have, earlier we thought that only 12 presentations, but there are 13 presentations. We have just crossed 10 minutes extra. I think with these few remarks, I request Siddiq Saab to say a few words about this.
I have nothing to add more than what Raji Reddy said. The thing is, I felt so bad that we could not do really justice to the presentations. Actually, this kind of presentation need time and we have to discuss. There were some of the presentations really very good. And I hope the speakers have some other, opportunity to make their presentation very well. But we have rated some of them to be the best and we will share our views with the organizers. Let us give a big hand to all the speakers.
So thank you very much for the patient hearing, and also particularly the organizers for providing us an opportunity to chair this session, which is a very important session covering various aspects of the seed research and other aspects related to the seed production. So, and also, okay, thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir.
And thank
Thank you, Chairman and Co-Chair, for very nicely and ably conducting well within the time the session. Although Siddiq Saab initially told that he is a bad moderator, but it turned out to be a wrong statement given by him. With the help of Raji Reddy, the session was well conducted, sir. We thank you. Sir, 1 second. Organizers would like to felicitate you for the wonderful job done. May I request Praveen Rao Garu to kindly come onto the dais? And also Jagadishwar Reddy, Seedsman Association, Executive Director Jagadishwar Reddy Garu, and also Keshavulu. Please come onto the dais. Jagadishwar Reddy Garu and also Keshavulu. Jagadishwar Reddy Garu to present memento to Raji Reddy Garu. All the 13 speakers are requested to kindly come onto the dais, please. All these 13 speakers who spoke just now in this session, starting from Selvarani, Mehta, S.K. Mohanty, Kadrivel, Sheshu Madhav, Basavagowda, K.C. Gagare, Ramanjaneyulu, P. Sujata, Vasudevan, Nagesh Kumar and Samir. Please come onto the dais. I request Jagadishwar Reddy Garu and Keshavulu to kindly present the mementos to the speakers. Please. I think first is Mohanty, yeah? It's S.K. Mohanty. G.C. Gagare. Yeah, please. Selvarani. Please move next. P. Sujata. Samir Basavagowda. Basavagowda, please come. Vasudevan. No, two more are there. Basavagowda and Vasudevan. Sir, and also to the rapporteurs who were very patiently noting down all the proceedings, Narayan Swami Garu and Jhanshi Rani. Jagdish Reddy Garu, kindly present memento to rapporteurs Narayan Swami and also to Jhanshi Rani.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is the time to sit back, relax, and treat yourselves to a cultural feast. As you all know, you've been attending this. The National Seed Congress has seen 7 iterations which took place in different parts of the country, like Lucknow and Bhopal. And now, under the able guidance of Chairman Mr. Parth Sarathi IAS and Professor Keshavlu, who's the nodal officer, the 8th National Seed Congress is being organized here by the government of Telangana in collaboration with the government of India here in Hyderabad. The theme of this iteration of Seed Congress is Quality Seed for Farmers' Prosperity. Well, the expected limit of 600 delegates has already crossed. This troop is a PG or a PhD, and the icing on the cake here is they are all visually challenged. A big round of applause and a welcome to this troop. Vishwadak Foundation, please.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello.